these veins, make way for the king.
Let's go, Peloton. Work those shoulders, baby.
This song is epic. Come on.
TUI, live happy, ATOL protected.
You and me, we used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause when you close your eyes and you go to sleep, and it's down to the sound of a heartbeat, I can hear the things that you're dreaming about. When you open up your heart and the truth comes out, you tell me that you want me, you tell me that you need me, you tell me that you love me, and I know that I'm right, 'cause I hear it in the night. I hear the secrets that you keep, when you're talking in your sleep. I hear the secrets that you keep, when you're talking in your sleep. When you hold you in my arms at night, don't you know you're sleeping in a spotlight? And all your dreams that you keep inside, you're telling me the secrets that you just can't hide. You tell me that you want me, you tell me that you need me, you tell me that you love me, and I know that I'm right, 'cause I hear it in the night. I hear the secrets that you keep, when you're talking in your sleep. I hear the secrets that you keep, when you're talking in your sleep. I hear the secrets that you keep, when you're talking in your sleep. I hear the secrets that you keep, when you're talking in your sleep. When you close your eyes and you fall asleep, everything about you is a mystery. You tell me that you want me, you tell me that you need me, you tell me that you love me, and I know that I'm right, 'cause I hear responsibly. You may love forever, baby. You may love forever. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. You got to say you love me too. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. I'm gonna give it all to you. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese love. Harbor nights we made love till the morning star. Then you crooned a song to me on your guitar. Was it so familiar calling soft my name? Sunlight dancing slowly through love's window pane. You made love to me like a sugar and spice. Hush my broken heart, this must be paradise. Killing me with kisses so tenderly. You may love forever, baby. You may love forever. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. You got to say you love me too. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. I'm gonna give it all to you. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese in love. Just say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese love. Say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, baby. Portuguese love. Say it to me, say it to me, say it to me. Holiday and celebrate. A holiday and celebrate. Yeah, we took a holiday. Took some time to celebrate. Just one day out of life. It would be so nice. Everybody spread the word. We're gonna have a celebration all across the world, in every nation. It's time for the good times. Forget about the bad times. One day to come together, release all the pressure. We need a holiday. If we took a holiday, took some time to celebrate. Just one day out of life. It would be so nice. You can turn this world around, and bring back all of the happy days. Put your troubles down. It's time to celebrate. Yeah.
coordinator of Negotiating the Future, which is a project I'm pursuing as a senior fellow of under my UK and Changing Europe fellowship. And this is a joint project that we're convening with Brexit and Environment, which Andy Jordan co-chairs. Andy's sitting over there, and Sean Innes from Centre for Competition Policy at UEA, who's not with us, is also a partner on this project. So we're delighted you can join us for an afternoon of discussion. We're combining contributors presenting. Sure, okay, thanks. We're delighted you can join us we're combining contributors presenting their findings in key areas, plus guest speakers that are talking about more sort of general framing themes, devolution, and for example, but also Catherine Barnard will be talking about the issues concerning retained EU law. Before I introduce our first speaker, I've got a few words about the report. We all know that regulation is a key issue in the UK's departure from the EU. It's also technical and difficult and very hard to get an overview. And so this is what we try to do with our report. What we thought we would do is to bring leading specialists together to give their perspectives, their assessment of what has changed, what stayed the same, what the views of stakeholders are in individual policy domains, sectors, subsectors, and what the prospects are for regulatory divergence. We didn't limit ourselves to economic regulation, which is often done. People just look at energy, infrastructure issues, transport, etc. We thought we would also needed to look beyond that to environmental regulation, to immigration, to research and higher education. So you'll find reports on those subjects you'll find contributions on that subject in the report. Without stealing thunder from our speakers, I'd just like to say that 4 findings emerge very strongly from the report. The first is that there's a very high level of change in regulatory governance. Okay, that's to say the structures, systems, institutions of regulation. This shouldn't be unexpected because, after all, one of the sort of key exercises done on exiting the EU was to effectively delete references to EU institutions, bodies, and to replace them with references to UK bodies. But what we are interested in, what our contributors will explore, are the variations in design, powers, and capacities of the new institutions that have taken place, or the existing institutions that have taken on new responsibilities at the UK level. There's a lot of variation there. That's the first finding. The second is there's quite little evidence of change in terms of the substance of regulation. There's some in some sectors, but it varies very significantly. In a number of sectors, there's been what some people have called passive divergence. That's to say that the EU has moved forward, has adopted pieces of legislation. This is the case in digital regulation, for example, but also a number of others in medicines. But the UK has not followed, leaving sometimes gaps and leaving sort of an uncomfortable divergence that I'm sure some speakers will address. The third finding is that stakeholders are not necessarily happy about what's happened over the last 2 or 3 years. There's new and high levels of paperwork with the attendant costs. There's a concern about regulators, all kinds of concerns about their design, about their resources, about the duplication that their creation has brought about, but also with respect to uncertainty over the short term, but also the long and medium term. The fourth finding is about the limited prospects of divergence. We know that the TCA itself incorporates a lot of constraints, imposes a lot of constraints on what it is possible for the UK government to do. There will be a sort of trigger point beyond which perhaps the EU will respond if those constraints are contravened. But there's also the presence of international regimes in a lot of sectors, and the well-known Brussels effect. Brussels standards are adopted as global standards. But there are also a number of areas, aviation, energy, financial services, amongst them, where the UK actually was very successful over a number of decades in uploading its policy preferences, but also its model to the EU level. And in those areas, it's sometimes hard to see what scope for divergence there might be. Anyway, we'll have ample time to discuss those things. what we so we're looking forward to a very sort of engaging afternoon. I've got three practical points I want to make about where various things can be found. Lunch along the corridor right in the room at the end. Coffee you can find just outside the door, which is very, very convenient, I might say, and toilets at the basement. So a bit of a walk down the stairs. It's a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Matthew Holhouse, who is the British correspondent of The Economist. He's followed regulation for many years in various capacities, and he's going to receive and respond to the report. So, Matthew, thank you very much.
So thank you. I'd like to start by thanking you very much indeed for inviting me to this conference, and thank you to UK and a Changing Europe for the work you do, which really is invaluable for me as a journalist. And thank you to Hussein, to Cleo, to Sean and to Andrew for this really brilliant and thorough paper, which has been fascinating reading and really offers a very comprehensive picture of the state of play. I'd like to discuss in my remarks what I see as really a product of political failure. This report, I think, chronicles really how, for those who hoped that Brexit would unleash a new age of regulatory policy innovation, or indeed for those who opposed Brexit fiercely, but at least saw within that perhaps a consolation prize, something to salvage from the mess. That innovation really has failed to materialize. Now, as the report notes, the ability to regulate differently was the central purpose of the referendum campaign of 2016. It had been the animating cause for 30 years or more of the Eurosceptic right in Britain. It was also at the heart of the 4-year battle within the Conservative Party, within Parliament, within the negotiations with the EU, over the form of Brexit that would be taken. This was the struggle for the distant relationship with the EU that we have now. To remind ourselves of this, it's worth looking on YouTube at something called Brexit the Movie. This was a pretty polemical and zippy propaganda documentary released by the Leave campaign in May 2016. And despite a pretty tiny budget, it was watched 1.5 million times on YouTube and widely circulated on DVD before the referendum. And it really captures the central argument for some of the campaigners in that referendum. And in its most famous and influential scene, its director gets up in the morning and goes to work, and he is surrounded by what the film describes as EU legislation like invisible barbed wire, churned out by armies of bureaucrats. We were, it said, regulated people living regulated lives. And we learn how Martin is subject to 109 different EU laws on pillows, 31 on toothbrushes, 1,200 on bread, and 12,000 on milk. And yet, as your report shows, 6 years since that film was made, progress in getting rid of this invisible barbed wire has been pretty piecemeal. You write, regulatory divergence has been a rarity, and where it has occurred, it has been modest. Indeed, you say, Hussein, that the divergence agenda may be largely symbolic, a means for government to give the impression of an independent Britain. Much of what appears to be divergence is, in fact, a domestication of EU processes. And so here is the paradox. Britain has paid a very high price for the right to diverge in time, in political stability, in opportunity cost, and in real economic output. Having paid that price, the case for divergence becomes more necessary than it was before the referendum, because the UK outside has to do something to boost its competitiveness if it is to recoup some of that lost output. And propaganda as it was, Brexit the Movie was not wholly wrong to say that there is indeed a lot of EU-derived legislation in force in Britain, and that reflects the choices and compromises made at the time of EU membership. It is not scripture, it is improvable. And yet, as the report shows, relatively little has been done, with some notable exceptions. What certainly hasn't taken place is a concerted or directed programme of regulatory reform that reflects a coherent economic mission or a new philosophy of regulation after Brexit. Much of what has happened is, I would argue, despite the efforts of politicians as much as thanks to them. You might call this outcome being anti-cakeist. The approach of Boris Johnson in 2016 was cakeist, that Britain would retain deep market access and be able to diverge from EU law at the same time, the best of both worlds. What you've got now is the very opposite. We've lost deep market access to the EU and chosen not to diverge at all. This, on Brexit's own terms, is a failure. Now, there are multiple reasons why this is, and the report charts them. One is public opinion. We know that the British public broadly likes the European social model. We know that every time there is talk of weakening workplace rights or food standards or putting more sewage in the rivers, there's expectedly a backlash. So that's a constraint. You've got numerous commercial constraints because the UK is a small, open economy next to its largest trading partner. And so for the sake of integrated supply chains or the flow of data, there are real limits on how far you can diverge. There are, beyond the EU, multiple treaties and agreements that govern regulation, things like aviation, which, again, the UK butts up against every time it thinks of diverging hard. And yet, I would argue that still leaves significant terrain for the UK government to do things differently in areas which are non-critical for cross-border trade and too technical to produce much antipathy. And the reason that that hasn't happened, I would argue, is one of political failure. And so my argument is this, that the lack of divergence chronicled in this report is not inherent within Brexit itself. Brexit could have been more interesting. And the reason that it isn't is a political choice. To outline why that's the case, I'd like to offer a counterfactual to turn the clock back to July 2016. Now, I want to be clear, this isn't like a strategy I'd advocate. I'm saying this is the path the UK could have taken. And that would be a serious divergence strategy, where it would have done the things that it has claimed to be doing for the past 6 years. So you might have seen a scenario where after the Brexit referendum in 2016, and the decision had been taken to leave the EU single market, the UK would have sat down at cabinet level and set a philosophy or a strategy of regulation, set out what are its principles guiding regulation, how does it relate to a broader economic strategy, its industrial strategy, its relations with the rest of the world, and above all, what needs to be done to outcompete the EU and to make the UK a more attractive place for investment and innovation, which was at the heart of the Brexit campaign. It would have placed that agenda under the control of a powerful ministry, say the Treasury, which has both the political clout, the depth of expertise, and the ability to commission expertise from elsewhere in Whitehall. It would have thought hard about the role of UK regulators. It would have recognised the role they take on from EU regulators and the need for them to be able to take decisions more quickly and develop their own regulatory policy agenda. You would hope that by the time the UK had formally left the EU at the end of the transition period, there would be a roster of consultations and legislative reforms that were prioritised in order of greatest impact. These would ideally be EU agnostic. They would be sectoral reforms, and whether it's scooped up EU regulation or domestic regulation didn't really matter. And within Parliament, you might expect a long queue of MPs proposing, the MPs incidentally that had campaigned for Brexit, proposing their own ideas for priority and lobbying ministers to do so. If you had done these things, you would never have compensated for the economic hit from Brexit, but you could be looking at a place where the UK was a more interesting place for policy innovation, was a more interesting place to launch new drugs, and possibly, occasionally, the European Commission looking at the UK as a place with first mover advantage and looking perhaps to imitate or outdo some of those policy changes. Now, what instead you've had is none of that. And you can blame that on three factors. One is political instability. We've had years of prevarication, the internal strife, the Tory psychodrama, COVID, which has gummed up government. You also have a problem, I would argue, of essential inattention on behalf of many of the people who had campaigned for Brexit. I can't see anybody I recognise from the European Research Group in this room. And that of itself is kind of telling, because whilst the idea of tearing up the red tape and innovation was very attractive, actually the work is not. There is a fundamental lack of interest in the project for which many of these people had campaigned. There is relatively little interest in reforming GDPR or REACH, and that matters because these are the people that bear down on the government and have driven much of policy for the past 3 years. Ian Duncan-Smith, it's worth saying, did produce one chunky report called the TIGA, a compendium of ideas, but you have to ask, why only one? Why, given that this was the cause and has become the government's central economic mission, do we not see a greater flurry of activity? And underpinning all this, I would argue, is the continuance within elements of government, and certainly within Parliament, of a deeply simplistic idea of regulation. And by the way, I think this is occasionally a bipartisan problem of the idea of regulation as purely a red tape issue. This is at the heart of Brexit, the movie, right? Regulation sort of piles upon your economy, it carries a deadweight cost, and that simply by ripping it off, you unleash innovation. This is not a critique of EU regulation about its content, about whether it's pro or anti-incumbent, whether it's pro or anti-state involvement, about the gearing of risk. It's simply a quantity issue. I think this is, it's a very crude sort of bastardized version of Thatcherism, effectively, that says that more regulation is worse and shorter is better, and the more you cut it, the more activity is unleashed. The idea that you stimulate competition, create new forms of economic activity, that you open markets by passing more regulation, whilst that's very well digested within much of Whitehall, who had designed much of the EU regulation in the first place, it's not well entrenched in the broader political debate. And I think that matters. And because that lack of structural thinking is absent, you end up with as the report describes, a sort of pantomime form of deregulation. You end up with a pretense at radicalism, which actually produces more conservative outcomes. Now, sorry, how am I doing for time? How does this manifest itself? I want to pick out three big examples. One would be the Brexit Opportunities Unit. Now, this was an institution set up under Boris Johnson's government really to drive forward the post-Brexit regulatory agenda. It was recognised that actually not much progress had been made since the referendum due to the gridlock under Theresa May's government. It was under the stewardship of David Frost, who was then the chief Brexit negotiator, and sat in the Cabinet Office. Now, David Frost, whatever other criticisms people might have of his approach, was sincere in his radicalism and the necessity of this agenda if the UK was to make good the cost of Brexit. He was succeeded by Jacob Rees-Mogg at the Cabinet Office and then at Bayes. He was, I would argue, less convinced by the need for radicalism and regarded this more as effectively a sort of a party management exercise, something of a pantomime effort to cheer up his side and annoy the other side. The Brexit Opportunities Unit is a relatively small body. It has 31 staff. There was an attempt to headhunt an outsider from overseas, the US ideally, or Australia, possibly from academia, as a sort of a star name to lead it. That did not materialize. And its output, as Joel Rieland writes in this report, has been a kind of strange shopping list, essentially quite aspirational, based on some abstractive principles around being sovereign and being pro-innovation. And it is a mixture of quite substantial reforms, such as genome editing and reforms to clinical trials and slots regulation and chemicals, all good and serious things the UK could be thinking about doing, and also some quite tokenistic ones, such as changing the design of the beer glass and introducing imperial measures. These are the sorts of policy ideas that the Remain campaign might have come up with to discredit Brexit as a pointless and fruitless exercise for nostalgics. And if you voted for Brexit because you wanted to see, radical deregulation and a serious step change in economic performance, then that stuff should probably make you quite angry. As Joel writes in this report, there is no real sense of prioritization or economic objective linking these ideas together. And the key problem is that this is a unit that lacks clout within Whitehall. So the joke going around is that it consists of a shredder and a brass plaque. It does not bear down upon other departments as one might like. It's essentially ornamental, or a risk of seeming ornamental, rather. The second outcome of this, which I think is critical, is the status of independent regulators within the UK system. Suella Braverman, during the Conservative leadership campaign, complained that if Britain was once a nation of shopkeepers, it has become a nation of regulators. This is an idea, again, which can be seen in Brexit the movie. It's the view of the world that fewer regulators produces more dynamism, fewer people to rubber stamp bits of paper. And yet, my experience of covering the origins of this story in 2016 was that the most serious and interesting policy ideas that came out, whilst MPs were still working out what the customs union was coming out of the sectoral regulators. So it was the ICO, Ofcom, the CMA, who were thinking about what life outside the EU might be and what the dividends might be. The truth is that if the UK set off a mission to outcompete the European Union, you need more regulators and you need better ones, because you need to be taking decisions faster than the EU. You need to be licensing products more quickly. You need to be pushing the envelope in terms of scientific and legal assessment to make the UK a more innovative jurisdiction. That question of what replaces the EU architecture, what is the European Commission in Britain, that the Brexit the movie agitated to get rid of, has never really been fully internalised or resolved in the UK debate. And as the Public Accounts Committee and the National Auditor Office have shown in recent quite worrying reports, these agencies are not funded as well as they could be. They've been asked to model headcount reductions of 40%. Now, the risk of that is that you end up with regulators who are focused on the basics of compliance. They're struggling to keep pace with the European Union in terms of new authorizations. They are matching EU decisions rather than outpacing them. And the discretionary and expensive work of policy innovation falls by the wayside. So this essential truth that Brexit requires a bigger state has never really been properly internalized. And the third area that has struck me increasingly in recent months is that a lot of these bad ideas are coming to fruition in quite dangerous ways. So one would be the fact that Jacob Rees-Mogg's approach to deregulation was to create an electronic dashboard on the Cabinet Office website by which the public could count the number of laws that have been repealed or modified so they could see how many have been removed. Now, this is a sort of Soviet tractor factory approach to regulation, that you effectively, you can measure it by the number of laws you've repealed. You measure it by the tonnage of paper, effectively. Not how effective they are at driving policy ends or what the cost benefit is, but by the number. And clearly, that creates perverse incentives. So, because if you're working in bays on this, then the temptation is to get rid of all the laws on gardening equipment and paintbrushes rather than the ones on digital services. It risks becoming a pantomime of progress. And the worst idea yet, having gone through these tortuous cliff edges contained within the Brexit process, the Conservative Party has discovered sort of its addiction to cliff edge, its addiction to risk, and has introduced a new cliff edge. This is the idea contained within the EU Retained Law Bill, which Catherine Barnard is going to be talking about later, to sunset all retained EU law in the UK at 2023. Now, again, this reflects an idea that all regulation is a dead weight, and by removing it, by lifting that tonnage off your back, growth is unleashed. There are multiple reasons why this is a bad idea, but one of the reasons why this is a bad idea is that it actually means that the work of thinking about how to improve regulatory regimes, this incremental fine-tuning, is completely foregone because all your attention is on salvaging what you can before the deadline kicks in. We have very little idea about how this power which it will grant to ministers to amend law is going to be used. Now, you can read something sinister into that if you wish, that there is some great plot behind the scenes to take away workers' rights and the rest of it. That's what critics in Parliament have been saying. I would argue that actually there's something less sinister and more prosaic in that, when actually there isn't a policy on how this power is going to be used, and that the existence of this deadline is not a policy but an admission of lack of policy. It's a displacement exercise. It's a theatre of radical and divergence in place of a serious agenda for post-Brexit regulatory reform. So where does that leave us today? Well, we have a new Prime Minister. His name is Rishi Sunak. He is a serious figure. He understands regulatory policy. He was regarded as a highly able administrator at the Treasury. He's not wholly insubstantial. He is also a Brexiteer. He believes in this. His reasons, I understand, for supporting Brexit in the referendum in 2016 is that he was animated by the dynamism of the Asian economies in the United States and regards the regards the EU as a rather staid, declining backwater. So that argues the argument's militating for some sort of positive progress. On the other hand, during his leadership campaign, he did promise to shred all the EU laws which hold our country back within 100 days of taking office. This was accompanied with a campaign ad featuring a shredder while Ode to Joy plays. So, there's two ways of reading this. Whether this is sort of Sunak the technocrat or Sunak the populist. There were within that promise two quite artful caveats: that he would review the legislation within 100 days, and it's all the legislation which holds our country back. That actually is setting quite a low bar, that maybe this will be a paper exercise. We know that the Treasury was quite alarmed by the 2023 cliff edge because it scrambles a load of case law that underpins tax and financial services. And the FT reports this morning, and I've had the same briefing, that they're not going to have their foot to the floor on this, that actually there's there's going to be some caution and some skepticism around this idea of the cliff edge. So the outstanding question for Rishi Sunak is, if those are his instincts, and given everything we know the Treasury thinks about this 2023 deadline, does he have the political capital now to freeze the bill, to allow the Lords to pick its pieces? Or does the pressure within his party, including the people who backed him for the leadership, force him to push ahead with that and embark on this rather risky and time-consuming exercise? My final thought is this, that Brexit is, for now, the path the UK has chosen. It is a living reality, and the UK has no choice but to innovate and compete and think about its regulatory frameworks, if for no other reason that the European Union is and will continue to do so. If it is to make a success of this, then the debate within Parliament needs to be liberated from this prison of Brexit, which incentivises on the Leave side something of a masquerade of radicalism, crowd-pleasing measures to show that Brexit is real and can't be stolen, all the rest of it. And on the other side, it actually discourages participation from those who are sceptical of the Brexit process, because why would you contribute to a project which you regard as a mistake? The sooner politics can liberate itself from this partisan straitjacket and take measures on face value, I think that the more serious policy making can become. Thank you.
Matthew, thanks very much. That was incisive and rather provocative. Would anyone like to ask Matthew any questions about his talk? Could you introduce yourself? There's a microphone coming around. Could you say who you are?
Peter Wilson-Smith from Meritus Consultants. I mean, you make an interesting case that it could have been handled much better, the deregulatory agenda, by the government, and one can understand that, as a country on its own, instead of having to compromise with other, 27 other countries in the EU, you can tailor regulation more effectively to the UK needs. But at the end of the day, how important is the regulatory agenda, do you think, in addressing the problems of the UK economy and productivity? Because, when you look at studies from the OECD, the World Bank and so on, all of them show that pre-Brexit, the UK was a very liberal economy and didn't suffer from heavy regulation. We know that the public doesn't want reduced social regulation or employment regulation. We know the chemical industry doesn't want it. We know the motor industry will carry on, following the Brussels regulatory agenda, because that's where they sell their cars and so on. I mean, is it, is there an element here of displacement activity which is distracting people from the more important issues? And related to that also, how do you deal with the problem that all the incentives within the political arena are to regulate and legislate? If you're a minister or a secretary of state, you don't get much benefit from deregulation. You improve your career by legislating and introducing more regulation.
I'll say that. Yeah. No, I mean, you are entirely right in that the greatest constraints on UK productivity are skills, geographic inequality, planning legislation to some extent, poor governance, and the deadweight costs that leaving the EU has imposed in terms of the decline in intensity of trade. So what I was not trying to express was that reforming EU law would be a sort of a panacea that could make good the gap of leaving the EU. It can't. My argument was more that if that is the mission that you have set yourself in 2016 at great cost, then the government ought to have executed that task better. I think that's what my argument was, that on its own terms, the mission the government set itself, it failed to execute for various reasons. In terms of more or less, I mean, that's an interesting question. Is there a bias in favour of legislation in office? Possibly, though I think again my argument would be that the less versus more regulation question is the wrong one. Actually, often this agenda requires new and greater forms of regulation to open markets or create new forms of economic activity that didn't exist before. But I think the view within certain of the partisan campaigners who then went on to become ministers, many of them, that this was a question purely about sort of the volume of regulation is part of the problem almost, I think.
There's a question at the back. Am I on? Hello. Paul Adamson of the EU-UK Forum. Thank you, Matthew, for a wonderful introduction there. You said, of course, a lot of this noise about divergence is largely symbolic. We have, in fact, the worst of both worlds. I think it's maybe potentially more serious than that, in the sense that in Brussels, where I live, when there's still a lot of lack of trust between the EU and the UK, that normally means Europeans, the EU doesn't trust the UK because they're full of dishonest people. You can't trust believe a word they say. But it's also, there's suspicion that even though it hasn't actually materialized in 6.5 years, that the UK is hell-bent on pursuing this path of regulatory divergence, which hasn't happened. But so it seems to me, you can react obviously to what my thesis, there's suspicion in Brussels still that the UK is on this path, even though they've done precious little to support that. And then linked to that, if it's not too nerdy a question, could you maybe talk a bit about, isn't there quite a lot of language in the TCA to the effect about level playing field? And I just wonder, when we talk about regulatory divergence and stuff, it's almost like we've forgotten the quite protracted negotiations on a level playing field in the TCA. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right in that one of the reasons that the Brexit deal looks like it does was because of the inherent risk that the UK would pursue a sort of a Singapore on Thames strategy, as it was known, because that was sort of seen as a almost logical or necessary response to the harms that one had inflicted on itself through Brexit. But also the rhetoric around the time was that the UK would become Singapore. I mean, this was Philip Hammond's sort of. Philip Hammond, I think, was one of the first to raise the prospect. So it was always within the debate, and that's why the TCA does, or did, it continues to, contain provisions on subsidy control and environmental control. And when I sort of cited in the presentation the fact that there are international obligations that constrain divergence, that is one of them. I still think that does leave room for sort of innovate and do different things. Be it, I think part of the problem in the UK is that the debate became trapped in these sort of binaries of radical divergence or not. That actually, what people who work in these fields know are actually quite nuanced often, and choices between trade-offs. Actually, the UK would be open for it to revisit things like how we regulate the allocation of airline slots, where who basically gets landing rights at airports and how they are allocated. That is something where the CMA, for example, for a long time has been saying that could be visited. And in fact, the CMA was saying it straight after the Brexit vote, and it hasn't materialized. It's on the shopping list that the Brexit Opportunities Unit cited. That is something that doesn't necessarily sort of change fundamentally the interaction between the UK and the EU. It's not necessarily something that would make the UK into Singapore or necessitate sort of countermeasures under the CMA, but it would be something that would introduce more competition into the domestic aviation market. I guess the point I was making is that strangely for a party in successive governments that have made so much talk about sort of radical divergence, there's been a huge amount of sort of low-hanging fruit left unpicked. Again, fruit that would not compensate for the 4% hit to GDP, but would actually, go a fraction of the way to doing something.
Hi, Ellie Goodchild, CBI. It's a kind of blue sky question, but one of the things that I've been thinking about is the principles of regulatory reform, and I've been thinking about kind of movement towards outcomes-based mechanisms. So, what would be on your list for principles of reform, really?
What would be on my list for?
Well, you're talking about kind of the principles of radical regulatory reform.
Right.
Like, what else are you kind of thinking about in that space? What could it look like?
So I guess So I guess what I meant by that was this, that given that so much sort of capital, sort of political and real, was expended on the UK becoming a solo regulator, the debate within the UK government about how would you like to regulate differently didn't really take place. And there's an attempt at it in the benefits of the Brexit paper that Lord Frost's unit produced. But actually, you know, is the objective to protect British business from foreign competition, which, you know, was the, you know, some of the instincts that were visible in the Johnson administration? Is it to give ministers greater or lesser power to intervene? Is it about exposing you know, UK businesses to greater competition from overseas and revisiting, you know, some of the regulation in place that is sort of derived from the EU, which favours sort of state incumbents? Favours sort of you know, national operators and incumbents. That debate didn't really take place. I wouldn't want to go so far as sort of, you know, being prescriptive in what I'd suggest, but it's more the fact that actually what, you know, when we're presented with a bill like the EU retained law bill that says, you know, we're going to give ministers the power to revisit all this to make the UK more dynamic. Well, what is the rubric that you're applying there to make the decision about how you know, you're wanting to rewrite this stuff? That's the debate that hasn't taken place yet, I don't think. Sorry, that's not a terribly helpful answer, I'm sorry.
Hi, Matt. It's Jill Rutter from UK and Changing Europe. You're undoubtedly right that, you know, it would have been nice if the government had thought a bit about the end point it wanted to get to before it embarked on the whole sort of Article 50 process. But I just wondered if we had a government that did want to have a more strategic view of nuancing regulatory autonomy and was prepared to go for selective alignment in return for enhanced market access in certain areas. Do you get a sense that there's any appetite in the EU to look at what I think Michel Barnier would have described as cherry-picking, an a la carte approach? Because certainly the EU seemed to be stuck with a very binary offer that it's either everything or nothing much. So I just wondered whether you thought that the UK actually did have that sort of third way option.
Yeah, I mean, this was, as you say, this was sort of inherent within the Article 50 negotiations, and, you know, the idea that you would have, I mean, the notion that the UK would sort of unilaterally align for market access, so, you know, retain sort of a lot of currency in the within the sort of the political debate, and it took a long time for the idea that it would be a binary offer, and that, you know, alignment might get you some, you know, alignment might get you some sort of loose regulatory cooperation, I think is the way you'd put it, you know, non-binding cooperation, or that it might allow you to think about a different sort of posture at the border. That was quite slow to feed through to the UK domestic debate. That, you know, that unilateral alignment of itself was not enough, and I guess, you know, one of the reasons why the UK has been late to this process was that for the first 3 years, you know, this was the objective that the May government winnowed away at, and the result of the result found in the political declaration, which outlined her deal, which never took place, basically makes clear that the Chequers model was not going to happen. It paid sort of the loosest of lip service to, we'll see what, you know, if you choose to align, we'll see what we can do. But it did make clear that underlying this was a sort of a binary reality. Can the UK revisit that? I mean, that in many ways is sort of the million-dollar question for the next government, isn't it? I mean, it's not going to be revisited under this administration, but the question is, you know, what happens when, you know, if the Labour Party forms a majority government and wants to revisit the EU relationship, what is on the table? All the conversations I have with them is that they are trying to be, to the disappointment actually of much of their membership, which is, you know, very, very, you know, I think I've not seen the polling actually on what is the composition of the Labour Party's membership these days, but it is increasingly a sort of Europhile and pro-EU movement, but the Labour leadership is going to disappoint them with the reality that if the Labour Party wants to rule out rejoin for both practical but also political reasons, and if it doesn't want to join the single market, again for political but also more realistically practical reasons, what are you left with? Keir Starmer's kind of going to have to go through this process of confronting his membership that there is not a sort of a squashy middle ground necessarily that can be unlocked simply by virtue of the fact that he's a more reasonable actor. That the deal the UK ended up with reflected to a large part the EU's sort of commercial interests as it saw them, and that whether the fact that Keir Starmer's a reasonable guy gets over the much more sort of fundamental obstacles that got in the way of Chequers, I think there's a recognition, right, within the party that that's not the case. And that's why when you look at what they've put forward, it is kind of hyper-realistic. I mean, they've basically looked at what was explicitly offered to the Johnson administration and left on the table by him and said, well, we'll have that. But in terms of like pushing the envelope of the negotiable, they seem kind of averse to that. I mean, maybe that's a good thing, right? That we're in, that there is, extreme realism within the Labour Party's thinking on this, as much as it will disappoint much of their membership, I think.
So we've got time for one last question.
Regulators also have to solve problems. They don't. They can. They're all neoliberals. They don't really want to intervene if you believe them, but they do. And they intervene in cases where they believe there's been a market failure, cases where even the strongest neoliberal would say, well, actually the energy market is a bit broken and we'll have civil disobedience if we don't do anything. But here we find that there's a consensus, but there's also big divergence in approaches across Europe. I would say the inframarginal debate for generator profits is one area where it's treated differently, or maybe not even acknowledged in the UK. I think there are other areas where we have a particularly British regulatory solution to it, different constraints and things. So there, if there is going to be innovation, it will probably be in cases where you have a novel problem, which only a UK regulator will be in a position to solve, and it can start changing it. So you might have this thing where everyone's neoliberal, doesn't want to intervene, they have this big consensus, competition policy shows that's all the line. But at the same time, national local problems are being solved potentially with innovative solutions. Do you agree?
So just unpick that a bit more for me, sorry.
Sorry.
Because I was 80% with you. But
sorry?
No, just unpick that a little bit more for me.
No, I was just saying that I was pushed for a question. The question is, okay, you've given one characterization is the lack of innovation. I'm saying I agree.
Yes.
For that reason, people are neoliberal. But on the other hand, there is also this area where innovators can regulate and are very likely to be difficult, precisely because these are very contextual issues for a particular nation or country.
Yes. I mean, at the heart of it was this sort of idea that I think it was Mark English who used to work for the Commission who put it that there was a conception within the UK debate that the state of nature, the sort of the Garden of Eden, is a perfect free market, and regulation inhibits that. And sort of the experience of the European Union is that actually state of nature is a world of protectionism and governments looking after shielding their national interests, and that regulation serves as an opener for markets. And that really is sort of the genesis of this, as I described, the deadweight view of regulation.
Great. Well, thank you, Matthew, for getting us off such a great start. Thank you. devolution and regulation, and it's a real pleasure to sit on a stage with these two colleagues, Professor Michael Keating, who is Emeritus at the University of Aberdeen and General Secretary of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, and Lisa Claire Whitten, who works at the Queen's University in Belfast on a project on post-Brexit in Northern Ireland. We're going to run the two keynotes one after another and then open the floor to questions. So we'll start with Michael.
Thanks to the UK and the Changing Europe for the invitation to come here. I've been involved in this programme since it began all those years ago, and I had no idea it was to run well into my retirement and still be going there. But the basic issue that I want to address here is about the relationship of the regulatory frameworks after Brexit and the devolution settlement. And I said I can do Scotland and Wales. Lisa knows much more about Northern Ireland than anybody else, and she will fill in the details because it becomes even more complicated when we look at the Northern Ireland Protocol. But the basic issue is that under EU membership, many areas of regulation were devolved to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and at the same time were Europeanised. And so there was a European level of regulation, a Scottish, Welsh and Northern Ireland level of regulation, and no UK level of regulation. And within those areas which were devolved to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, those governments and parliaments had the same degree of discretion in implementing directives and so on of the European Union as member states did. When I say this in Europe, people say it couldn't be true, but it is. It's exactly the same, because that was just the simplest way of doing it. So the big question arose then, what is going to happen to UK regulatory frameworks if there isn't a UK regulatory framework? You take away the European one, and there's nothing there. Is this a problem, or is it not? Now, I feel a little bit like Matthew by saying, starting off by saying, yeah? Oh, so I'll stand back. By saying that there was a, yeah, I can hear that echo. By saying that there's potential here for massive divergences, but what we've seen in practice is much less of that. Now, the first move of the UK government in response to this issue when it was raised to say, we'll take back all those competencies to Westminster and Whitehall because they weren't devolved at all. No, this was just an absurd argument, frankly. It just didn't correspond with the situation of constitutional law. And there was a huge amount of political backlash. And so the UK treated and said, okay, we will leave these competencies with the devolved, but we will retain the right to take them back by statutory instrument any time we want to, if necessary, to maintain the cohesion of the UK single market, which is where that idea entered the vocabulary. In fact, none of those powers has ever been taken back, and none of those competences have been taken back, and that power has lapsed. So what seemed to be a big problem turned out maybe not to be so much of a problem at all. In the meantime, the Scottish Government declared its intention to maintain dynamic alignment with EU regulations in devolved fields. The main ones are agricultural policy and environment, to some degree fisheries, and various matters of professional regulation which are devolved to Scotland, but mostly not to Wales. The Welsh Government also initially declared its intention to maintain regulatory alignment, but then dropped that. And since then, there's been something of a difference between the Scottish and Welsh governments in that the Scottish Government places the emphasis on regulatory autonomy, Scotland doing things differently, it preferably aligning with the EU, and the Welsh Government being more keen on common UK frameworks as long as the devolved have a say in the making of those frameworks. That's the underlying difference between Scotland and Wales, but in fact they are allies in resisting the attempts by the UK government to re-centralise a lot of those competencies. Well, the action then moved towards common frameworks, which the Scottish and Welsh government said they would accept. The Scottish government gradually, the Welsh government rather embraced the idea of common frameworks which would be negotiated. And the Scottish government, they said they will accept common frameworks in these areas on condition that none of them are imposed. and none of them have been imposed. There are about 25 now. Mostly they're provisional, but they're in force anyway. The idea is to negotiate joint approaches to areas of regulation where it is felt that there is a need for common rules. Now, this has been a very long, drawn-out process. Initially, they took about 150 areas, and they said we might need some common regulations there. This was reduced to about 50. I say about because it's different in Scotland, Wales, and in Northern Ireland. And then they go into the common frameworks process, where they whittle down further and further to find out which should need legislative frameworks, primary legislation, and which don't. Now, I've had to read all these common frameworks with another hat on. I'm speaking on my own name here, but I'm advisor to the corresponding Scottish Parliament committee, and I had to read through these frameworks, which are not easy reading. There's no common template. They're very much ad hoc. And it's a classic example of European policy making, because you bury this thing in comitology, and you make technical issues out of political issues. And you take things at the lowest level and work them way through. So this is the first instance in which the UK has taken this classically European policy style and used it to deal with a question of intergovernmental relations internally. There's no common template for the frameworks, and the government said, oh, well, they're meant to be designed for individual policy issues. It's all terribly ad hoc. To me, they seem to be a constitutional innovation, but no, they're not constitutional, they're just practical. And most of those frameworks, in turn, have concluded, or the process is, from the various areas, that we don't need common regulations. But where they do need common regulations, it's mostly been about a process for agreeing regulations rather than making policy. Now, I could go on a long time because we just don't really know what frameworks are about. Are they about making common policy? Are they about agreeing divergence? Are they about providing a framework for common policy sometime in the future? They're all of these things at the same time. So there's been a lot of muddling through there. There was a House of Lords committee responsible for scrutinising common frameworks. They expressed their frustration at knowing what this process is really about. And they pertain only to retained EU law. And if retained EU law disappears as a concept, one wonders what will happen to common frameworks and why you have common frameworks only in relation to things that came from the EU and not in relation to all kinds of other things as well. So it's been a slightly curious process, but it has depoliticized the whole thing, and it's provided a degree of stability, and there are really no great arguments about them. There's an extremely cumbersome process. I'll come back to the relationship with the UK internal market in a moment, but working these frameworks, it takes up an awful lot of time, but it's a strategy of depoliticization. Other mechanisms have been more controversial and more confrontational. The big one, of course, has been the UK internal market bill. Now, persistently, the UK government has said, we will consult the devolved governments about what we're doing. And the UK internal markets bill was something that was being discussed in various meetings. I know because I was there, and I think Dan was there. We were there. What's this all about? The Welsh were there. The Scots had gone off in half. And then suddenly these meetings were suspended in January. And in August, out of nowhere, comes this UK internal market bill. There was nothing whatever to an input from the devolves. And it intends to download into the UK system the EU internal market. Again, the UK using EU mechanisms to resolve its internal intergovernmental problems. Except that the UK internal market didn't have built into it just provisions about proportionality and subsidiarity, and the rules of the internal market were to be devised by the UK government alone. It would decide what the rules are. And the exceptions, which in the case of the European Union are quite broad, in the internal market bill, UK internal market bill, are really quite narrow. So it's not the same as the UK internal market. It's much more of a centralising measure. That has been entrusted to the Office of the Internal Market, which, as we know, doesn't have decision-making authority. It's merely advisory. And the mechanisms to enforce the UK Internal Market Act are the principles of mutual recognition and non-discrimination, and they're to be enforced by private litigation by anybody who's complaining that a good is excluded from one part of the UK when it's made in another part of the UK. Again, downloading a European provision in a really curious way, because we've never had that idea in UK intergovernmental relations that you go to the courts to uphold something to do with the devolution settlement. And again, we had a meeting with the internal market, obviously the internal market just the other week it was, again, I think Dan was there too, and about how this would work. This seems to be a sort of foreign import into the UK constitutional settlement. So we've no idea really how that is going to work in practice, and whether it is going to mean anything at all, whether issues are going to come up, whether divergences are going to be so great that there's going to be a problem. But potentially it's a re-centralising mechanism, not only because it's the UK government that sets the rules for the internal market, but because England being the largest market, manufacturers are going to manufacture or import according to English specifications laid down by the UK government and Parliament. And so there'll be a tendency for the English regulation to become the norm. So although Scotland and Wales can make their own regulations, nobody's taken away the power to make their regulations. They'll be undermined by the fact that goods manufactured or imported in England can be imported into Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. You've got the protocol, which Lisa will talk about. Therefore, England could become the rule maker de facto. So the UK Internal Market Act is something that is causing a great deal of disquiet in Scotland and Wales because of the implications of it, but we just don't know how important that's going to become in practice. There have been other measures then to try and deal with this question. None of these follow any consistent pattern. They're just things that come up and don't really relate to each other in any very coherent way. One is the relationship between frameworks and the UK internal market, because the provisions of the UK internal market allow very little room for flexibility for the devolves to make different regulations, or to enforce different regulations, I should say, on public policy grounds. But there is a provision that if something is agreed within a common framework, then by statutory instrument it can be accepted from the application of the UK Internal Market Act. That was an amendment in the House of Lords. It doesn't solve the basic problem about the UK Internal Market Act, but it does potentially allow greater provision for differential regulation and enforcement in areas if the governments can come to some agreement. There's one that's been agreed with Scotland. It's about single-use plastics, and it took an inordinate amount of time and effort to negotiate over what is a completely uncontentious issue, which will no doubt come in the other jurisdictions of the UK as well in due course, and is not as far-reaching as the Scottish government wanted. So the potential for the frameworks to mitigate the effect of the single market does seem to be very limited. Frameworks are a cumbersome mechanism. This is another cumbersome mechanism for dealing with the UK internal market issues as well. Then there have been various bits of legislation that cut across devolved regulatory competences. The Agriculture Bill, the Welsh Government bought into the Agriculture Bill. It's got a schedule. The Scottish Government said it wanted its own Agriculture Bill, which hasn't appeared yet, but it's going to produce an Agriculture Bill. Fisheries was a little easier because that's mainly a Scottish thing anyway. And then there was the Professional Regulations Bill. A number of professions are regulated in Scotland for historic reasons. It simply follows the lines of the pre-devolution settlement. So some bits of the medical profession are regulated in Scotland, and some on a GB basis and some on a UK basis. Teachers are regulated on a Scottish basis and other things. So it's purely historical, but the UK government has now taken power to impose trade agreements, and agreements, including agreements with the EU, that would contain provisions for mutual recognition of professional regulations. That will be done on a UK basis. And the Scottish Government is very upset about this because they said this simply undermines our historic ability to regulate these important professions. So a number of things happening, and again, we don't really know what the impact of that is going to be. And then there's the subsidy bill. As part of the UK Internal Market Act, there is a provision saying that subsidies and aid to industry, and however you call it, because there are different names for this phenomenon, is reserved. There was a dispute as to whether it was reserved or not. My reading of the Scotland Act is that it was devolved and it was Europeanized, but the UK government said, no, you're wrong, it was always reserved, but they've explicitly reserved it now. That's another flashpoint, because we don't know how subsidies are going to be defined. We don't know how the subsidy regime is going to work out, but the UK government has declared that it will be master of the game there. And then, of course, we have the retained EU law bill now coming up. And I think all of us have had to correct our papers when we got the drafts, because we had the retained EU law bill and think about the implications of that. It does apply to devolved laws as well as Westminster laws. They will be automatically, or law I should say, they will automatically be inactive as of the end of 2023. And this is a great worry for the devolved government, because they're just wondering what it involves, how much it involves. They feel that they don't have the capacity to go through the entire EU legal system and work out which bits are devolved and which bits will expire automatically and which bits they will have to replace. Now, frankly, a lot of people tell me it's just not going to happen because it's impossible. It's just an impossible task, so it won't happen. Something else will have to be done. But that is the idea, and it's very worrying indeed, because it requires a huge amount of effort by the devolved governments to work out which bits of EU law they have to reinstate. Now, I mentioned that the Scottish government said that it wanted to maintain dynamic alignment with EU law. It was never quite clear what that meant. They have, in the Continuity Act, as it's called, that's the short title of it, the ability by statutory instrument to maintain alignment with EU law where it deviates from UK law. Dynamic alignment, that is keeping up with EU law, not just retaining existing EU law. And someone's asked them, well, does this mean that you want to keep aligned with EU law because it's EU law, or does it mean that you want to shop around and if the EU law looks like a good idea, you'll adopt that one as opposed to the UK law or your own law or whatever? And there's always an ambiguity in that, and the scale of the task, of course, is enormous because it means tracking the evolution of EU law and working out how they can maintain dynamic alignment. Now, about 2 hours ago, I got the report, the first annual report on the use of the keeping pace power, as they call it. The Scottish Government said that in the last year, on 2 occasions, they thought about maintaining dynamic alignment, and in one case they decided not to do so. That was about this business of electrical vehicle charging, which has also come up in England as well. And in another case, they're thinking about doing it. So far, there's not much evidence of this power being used, and perhaps that's because the capacity to try and do that is not there. So it's one of these cases where we have to say, we don't know. We don't know what the implications of that are going to be. Now, finally, the effect of this on intergovernmental relations in the United Kingdom is really quite profound, because it means that, and this is the interpretation of Brexit in Westminster, is we're going to restore sovereignty to Westminster, or is it the British people, but for the moment it's Westminster. And we're going to restore sovereignty to Westminster in relation to the devolved as well. The two are complementary processes, two sides of this restoring sovereignty debate. But we don't know what sovereignty is. We don't know what the implications of that are in practice. And so, again, as I said, to pick up what Matthew was saying, there's a potential there, but it so far haven't to be realized, because there's a lot of muddling through, and there's a lot of pressures towards convergence for all kinds of reasons that will defy any will to converge or diverge for political reasons. The final issue, though, is about the impact of this on the devolution settlement itself. The basis of the devolution settlement has been that Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland have their own reserved powers. Everything that is not reserved is devolved. The effect of all this Brexit legislation has been to some degree to reverse that. and to say, well, Westminster is still patrolling the settlement and will only devolve the things that we think it is safe to devolve. And the other principle was about consent. And back at the beginning of devolution, we had the famous Sewell Convention, which was that Westminster would not legislate normally in devolved matters without the consent of the devolved legislatures themselves. And it stood for about 20 years. It was hardly challenged at all because Westminster had no particular interest in legislating in devolved matters. But since Brexit, this Sewell Convention has been breached on several really important occasions, starting with the UK Withdrawal Bill and culminating in the EU Withdrawal Agreement Bill, where legislative consent was refused by all three devolved legislatures. And because of the programme of Brexit has involved so much being done by statutory instruments, new consent mechanisms have been introduced. For example, under the EU Withdrawal Bill, for the first time, they defined what consent meant and what didn't consent meant. And they said, if the Scottish Welsh Parliament say yes, that's consent. If they say no, we go ahead anyway. And if they say nothing, we go ahead anyway. The one in the Internal Market Bill is even more explicit. Yes means yes, no means yes, nothing means yes. After 30 days, consent is deemed to remain. So it's a gradual process of tightening up this notion of consent. And there are consent mechanisms now scattered across the statute book. And every time it seems to become more and more. Finally, in the Professional Qualifications Bill, it's consultation. There's no consent mechanism at all. So we're seeing, as a result of Brexit, not only an attempt to restore sovereignty to Westminster, but also a certain re-centralisation of the UK system. It's not a mass rolling back of devolution, because Westminster doesn't have particular interest in running education or the police or whatever in Scotland or Wales. But a restoration of the notion of Westminster supremacy, so Westminster will always have the last word. And rather than Brexit and the need to resolve these regulatory convergence and divergence issues through a kind of federalisation, a federalising process, there's been a re-centralisation, together with, as I said, an ironic importing of typically European mechanisms about comitology and about using legal mechanisms to enforce the rules of the single market. And that's where we are. We don't have a conclusion because it's all still up in the air. But we'll no doubt come back next year and take another look at this and see where we are then.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Michael, you have my endless admiration for being able to speak to time without notes. I'm afraid I can't. When I first got the invitation from the team to come and speak, or to write about Northern Ireland for this, for the paper in this context, I was very thankful, but expressed some concern about being able to fit everything into a 2,000 word limit. And when I came to actually write it, in my quite questionable wisdom, I decided to start in 1920 and work right through to 2022, which was questionable. But as will also actually be evident in this presentation, the reason for the slides is that my keyword count strategy was to take liberties through extensive use of tables that were quite lengthy and used very small font. But they let me away with it and invited me here, so you're going to have a look too. So echoing my contribution, the article in the report, my aim in the next couple of minutes is to explain why post-Brexit Northern Ireland is, I would characterise it, a regulatory place apart, or perhaps more accurately, it's a place that is both within and between the two regulatory orders of the UK and the EU. This, as we will see, creates complexities and, as will not be new to you, contestation. as Michael has just outlined in relation to Scotland and Wales, there are specific challenges for all parts. Context, I think it's fair to say that Northern Ireland is the most distinct region in terms of regulation after Brexit. And I hope to convince you in the presentation, probably also in discussion, that the fact of Northern Ireland's regulatory particularity matters for the whole of the UK and for its neighbours, not least the EU generally, and our nearest member state neighbour, Ireland. Okay, so to understand the regulatory context in Northern Ireland after Brexit, we need to account for three dynamics and my reason for starting in 1920. First, the devolution settlement and its history. Second, North-South cooperation on the island of Ireland. And, of course, the Protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland, which forms part of the UK-EU withdrawal agreement. I'm going to go through those three factors kind of high level and then finish with a brief case study on the single electricity market, which is one of the particular cases of regulatory distinctness. And through that, to consider some of the questions raised by recent draft legislation, namely the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill and the Retained EU Law Bill, when we read them together in and for regulation in Northern Ireland going forward. So, first, devolution. Unlike in Scotland and Wales, devolution in Northern Ireland first began in 1920. For 50 years, Northern Ireland had a government and parliament that enjoyed power to make laws for the peace, order and good government in areas of policy not included in a stated list of accepted areas. No doubt that's not unfamiliar to you, and we certainly don't have time to run through all of the history and the detail, but that comparatively long history of devolution in Northern Ireland is relevant when we're considering regulation because the regulatory architecture of the place today still bears its mark. So some regulatory bodies that are still in the post-1920, pre-1998 of devolved government or governance. Examples include the Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland, social housing, the Housing Executive, Northern Ireland Civil Service is regulated, existed for a longer time. The Law Society of Northern Ireland, although the Law Society of Scotland is also has quite a history there. So there are these kind of legacy regulators in the authorities that regulate aspects of policy in Northern Ireland. Then, on top of that, there are different regulatory authorities that arose not directly from the kind of long history of devolution, 20 to 72, first 50 years of devolution, but from the story of the collapse of the first government and the conflict, the troubles, and its eventual reformation in 1998, and the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Examples here include the contemporary architecture for the regulation of rights law and oversight there, the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, the Equality Commission, both set up under the 1998 agreement. One could also point to the Electoral Office of Northern Ireland, although it was established later, and it operates separately from the Electoral Commission. That's partly due to the pattern of institutional stagnation we've seen in Northern Ireland devolved government since 1998, and the different law that applies in relation to the conduct of elections. More could be said about that, but the main point here is that the long and the conflicted history of Northern Ireland as a devolved region in the UK is evident in its current regulatory architecture. Not unrelated, as was set out around common frameworks, the scope of devolved competence in Northern Ireland is such that more policy areas that are devolved cross-cut using the language of the common frameworks process with EU derivative policy. So 149 areas in Northern Ireland. Yep. I can't fully see the screen. I should look there. Were identified in the course of common frameworks, the process, and that compares to 101 in Scotland and 65 in Wales. So the UK's withdrawal from the EU therefore had broader policy impact in Northern Ireland. So while it's not the only part of the UK with a unique regulatory context and features, Northern Ireland does have this kind of very particularly distinctive setup, due in part to the scope of devolution and its history. So that is dynamic number one to the regulatory place apart of Northern Ireland. Is this working? There we go. Okay. The second feature then, North-South cooperation. So under Strand 2 of the 1998 agreement, Provision was made for consultation, cooperation and action between the governing authorities, north and south on the island of Ireland in areas of mutual interest. And to this end, the North-South Ministerial Council was set up to bring together executive authorities of Ireland and Northern Ireland to discuss and agree cross-border initiatives. The original text listed these 12 areas for potential cooperation and created, or later treaties established, 6 North-South implementation bodies to oversee cooperation in specific areas. Since 1998, the scope of cooperation has expanded quite significantly. So during UK-EU withdrawal negotiations, a joint mapping exercise found that 142 areas of North-South cooperation were in operation in 2017. 54 of these were identified to be directly underpinned by or linked to EU law and policy. 42 were partially underpinned by or linked to, and 46 were not underpinned or linked to EU law and policy. So Brexit and the consequential decoupling of the UK in respect of Northern Ireland and law and policy there with the EU in respect of Ireland and law and policy there was going to have implications for 96 areas of established North-South cooperation that were directly or indirectly underpinned by EU frameworks. These findings were part of the driving force behind the development of the protocol, which we will come on to. But it's also important to recognise that in this context, while some areas of the pre-Brexit North-South cooperation areas identified, those 96 that were underpinned by EU law and policy, all of which are listed in very small print on the slide, some of those are within the scope of the protocol and some are not. 61 areas of North-South cooperation are either not covered or not fully covered by the protocol. So this is important when we think about UK regulation after Brexit, because any divergence between the UK and EU in these areas is going to make cooperation between and across the 2 jurisdictions on the island of Ireland more difficult. And that cooperation is established. There are implications, the implications of the retained EU law bill, or the potential implications of it, come into sharp focus when we look at any examples in detail. This is not on my slides, but just on my journey this morning I was thinking, and I'll not say too much about it, but the recent deeply tragic demonstration of this issue, or the potential issue, here is evident in the recent fatal event in Creaslough in Donegal. Emergency services from Northern Ireland, rightly in my view, crossed the border to assist quite immediately. Part of the legislative cover for them to be able to do that is the lingering equivalence between EU law in the case of Ireland and retained EU law in the case of Northern Ireland, as well as in respect to standards of equipment and vehicles and some of the medical devices, etc. That's covered by the protocol and those instruments of EU law that it makes applicable. I don't mean to raise that to make any kind of political point in mentioning Creaslough tragedy, but or to be sensationalist in any way. But I do want to underline that any regulatory divergence between the UK, including Northern Ireland, and the EU, including Ireland, in areas of cross-border cooperation does have implications for that axis and ought to therefore be taken into account in any decisions that are being made, because of the potential repercussions for political relations and policy realities, and also very lived experience realities on the island of Ireland. So that's dynamic number 2. Dynamic number 3, perhaps what you've all been waiting for, the protocol. As will no doubt be, small print, familiar to you all. As part of the withdrawal agreement, the UK and the EU concluded a protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland to address, in its own terms, the unique circumstances on the island of Ireland, and more specifically to maintain necessary conditions for North-South cooperation, to avoid a hard border, and to protect the 1998 agreement in all its dimensions. The degree to which the protocol lives up to those stated objectives is contested. I'm going to leave that aside, at least for now, because the regulatory implications of the text, as agreed, for Northern Ireland are pretty clear. Under its terms, the UK, in respect of Northern Ireland, is obliged to follow some 300 instruments of EU law. That total declined somewhat, or has declined somewhat, since the text was finalised in October 2019, because, importantly, this alignment with a specified body of EU law is dynamic, and dynamic in legal terms, so it automatically applies through, rather than an opt-in process. So EU acts, the totals listed there in the table, they apply as they are amended or replaced in the course of the ordinary legislative procedures of the EU. Also, new acts can be added to those listed if they are decided to fall within the scope of the protocol or be necessary for its operation, but that has to be agreed mutually between the UK and the EU, acting through the joint committee established to oversee the withdrawal agreement. So the core aim of continued application of these EU laws to the UK in respect of Northern Ireland under the protocol was to negate the need for a physical hardening on the 300-kilometre winding land border on the island of Ireland. A key impact of the dynamic regulatory alignment of the UK in respect of Northern Ireland is continued access for Northern Ireland traders to the EU market for goods. The corollary is, of course, that new checks and controls apply to goods entering Northern Ireland from Great Britain, much to the ire of many from the Unionist Loyalist community in Northern Ireland, who see the implementation of this arrangement as a violation of their British identity and a threat to Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market. Talks between the UK and the EU about the protocol and its implementation are ongoing, and as is the progression of the UK government's recently introduced, or relatively recently, it was a previous government, but hey, the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill through Parliament, which would give UK ministers power to disapply its provisions in domestic law. The regulatory effect of the protocol could therefore change. But for now, its scope, as is captured on the slide, and you can read in detail in the paper, is pretty significant for Northern Ireland, particularly when it comes to trade and production of goods. It covers agri-food products, SPS standards, human and veterinary medicines, medical devices, chemicals. I could go on. There's also provisions for alignment in certain rights protections, which is a lesser discussed aspect, but nonetheless important. So I would suggest that looking at this, keep pointing at the screen, Northern Ireland can be termed a regulatory place apart, particularly when it comes to protocol applicable EU law, the shorthand that we can use. And that alignment with EU rules in protocol covered areas is automatic and legally required for Northern Ireland. Any divergence on the part of the UK government and UKGB or the constituent parts in areas pre-existing EU rules, now EU retained law, in these areas covered by the protocol, that's not automatic nor legally required. But as the UK as a whole seeks to forge new regulatory paths in the post-Brexit era, policymakers on this side of the Irish Sea are going to need to consider the implications that decisions to diverge from EU standards will have on policymakers, also British, on the other side of the Irish Sea, for whom the regulatory landscape and regulatory requirements are different, and the cost benefits are different, the trade-offs involved are different. So to finish then, those are the three dynamics. I want to look, more quickly, and at the potential implications of the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill and the retained EU Law Bill on a short case study on the single electricity market, which serves as quite a prominent example of the distinctive regulatory arrangements in Northern Ireland. On the island of Ireland, the electricity industry operates as a single wholesale market, known as the SEM. What this means is that all electricity supplied on the island is bought and sold in a single pool, and this has increased competition, efficiency, and security of supply, in part because it's not a very big place. But to function, the SEM requires that the grid in Northern Ireland is physically connected to the grid in Ireland. And the SEM is facilitated by a contractual joint venture between the system operators from the two jurisdictions, so Sony in respect of Northern Ireland and Airgrid plc in respect of Ireland. Together they have formed the Single Electricity Market Operator, or SEMO, that oversees the operation of the single electricity market. SEMO facilitates market trading, coordinates financial transactions, and crucially kind of owns the rulebook regarding wholesale electricity market on the island of Ireland. The utility regulator for Northern Ireland, together with the Commission for Regulation of Utilities, CRU, for Ireland, regulate the SEM via a joint committee. Under the protocol, provisions are made in relation to the maintenance of the single electricity market, quite unsurprisingly. So the status quo, just to go into this, and I'll try not to... the status quo is that under Article 9 and Annex 4 of the protocol, 7 provisions of EU law governing wholesale electricity markets apply to the UK in respect of Northern Ireland, crucially insofar as they relate and are necessary for the joint operation of the single electricity market. Worth noting here that the text is very explicit on the partial application of these 7 instruments. So that's status quo. What happens when you add in the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill? Like many Brexit Northern Ireland questions, the answer is not simple. Neither is it conclusive at this point. But under the bill, Article 9 and Annex 4 of the protocol is neither protected or excluded. That means that if the bill becomes law as it's currently drafted, the 7 provisions of EU law listed in Annex 4 and made applicable by Article 9 of the protocol would not be excluded provisions. They would not be excluded from domestic law, so they would continue to apply and have legal effect in the UK. However, according to another provision within the bill, they would do so outside of the jurisdiction of the EU Court and the Court of Justice of the EU, and they would no longer apply dynamically. So there would be a kind of paused application in Northern Ireland and continued development in Ireland. This would be the case unless, under the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill Come Act, UK ministers decided otherwise, which they would have power to do. So using powers granted under the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, ministers could, by regulation, make provision in relation to the laws currently listed in Annex 4 to make them applicable, including, and it could kind of go either way on a spectrum, so they could introduce under the bill, they could introduce procedures for the referral of issues of interpretation and or enforcement in relation to EU law procedures for Article 9 and Annex 4. Alternatively, also under the bill, they could make these provisions by regulation. They could exclude them from domestic law, so they could disapply them in UK law, thereby denuding them of their effect and raising a big question mark around the operation of the single electricity market on the island of Ireland. So all of that is to say, yeah, neither simple nor conclusive. An open question stands. But that isn't the end, because then we go to the retained EU law bill, and there is more complexity and more uncertainty coming your way. Under the retained EU law bill, EU law instruments listed in Annex 4 and made applicable by Article 9 of the protocol are in the UK, in UKGB, retained EU law, and therefore would, if it was enacted, at least this is my understanding on a black letter reading of the bill, be subject to Clause 1.1, the Sunset Clause, unless other legislative UK provisions existed at the time of that clause coming into effect, either through UK legislation made to replace or restate the relevant acts under the retained EU law bill, or in respect of Northern Ireland through the protocol and Section 7A of the EU Withdrawal Act 2018 that gives the protocol legal force, even as amended by the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, Clause 2. But this, when we kind of try to unpick, and I mentioned the partial application of the laws listed in Annex 4, so if we start to unpick this a little bit, it gets very granular very quickly, but just briefly, one example of, I don't really have more details on screen, I'm One of the EU law instruments listed in Annex 4 is a directive from 2003 from the European Union, which established the EU emissions trading scheme. So it's quite a significant directive and policy provision. So under Article 9 of the protocol, at present, the EU ETS directive applies to the UK and Northern Ireland insofar as it relates and facilitates the continued operation of the single electricity market. Prior to the end of the UK transition period, UK government made provision for a UK emissions trading scheme in the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Order. I spent too much time looking at statutory instruments, but noted in the explanatory memorandum of that UK ETS is that the EU ETS is disapplied in domestic law under that statutory instrument, subject to the UK's obligations in the withdrawal agreement and the protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland, in this case, most notably Article 9 and Annex 4. So kind of significantly now, when we think through the retained EU law bill, in the SI, recognition of the unique position of Northern Ireland takes the form of an opt-out rather than a substantive provision. And the same is true in a small number of other regulations that have subsequently been made in relation to the UK ETS. And they've noted the continued participation of, and I quote, certain electricity generators in Northern Ireland in the EU ETS. That follows from, at present, Article 9, Annex 4, under the EU Withdrawal Act, Section 7A. If the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill comes into effect as drafted and kind of behind the retained EU law bill, there are implications for this form of legislative accommodation of the protocol and EU law it makes applicable. Because if provisions have been made along the lines of these provisions are subject to the application of the protocol in domestic regulations, they're going to have to be, at the very least, revised and revisited. The other aspect relates to the partial application here and whether or not retained EU law versions of those EU law acts that apply under the protocol also, do they sit as retained EU law versions to the UK in respect of Northern Ireland, meaning if action is taken under the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill by ministers, would action also be taken, or could action also be taken on excluded provisions under the retained EU law bill, or would there be an obligation to? This final example, I'm sure I'll lose you all soon, but another of the EU law instruments originally listed in Annex 4 was a 2009 regulation of the European Parliament and Council on conditions for access to the network for cross-border exchanges in electricity. On the 31st of December 2019, this regulation was repealed by the EU and replaced by a 2019 regulation. And under Article 70 of the Replacement Act, it revoked the earlier one, and any referrals to the earlier 2009 Act are taken to be the 2019 Act. Stay with me. So under Article 13 of the Protocol, those EU law instruments originally listed apply as amended or replaced. The alignment is dynamic. So the 2019, the later regulation, is the one that has legal force in Northern Ireland insofar as it relates to the single electricity market. Because it was made just prior to the end of the UK transition period, kind of technically the 2019 regulation sits as retained EU law in the UK in respect of GB. And the dashboard incidentally lists it as unchanged. But because it came into force on the 31st of December, it's more significant in policy terms in Northern Ireland because of the just timing of the enactment. Anyway, under the retained EU law bill, that regulation, the 2019 regulation, would be eligible for sunsetting, at least in the UK in respect of Great Britain. But this begs a question about the partial application, because are those provisions of EU law that partially apply to the UK in respect of Northern Ireland under the protocol subject to a sunset clause in the retained EU law bill as they apply in Northern Ireland? If so, how will they be redrafted to reflect a potential continued stripped back application or new version of a partial EU instrument? And what are the procedures for doing so? So actions taken under the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill have a direct bearing, in this case in particular, but in other cases, on the necessity or otherwise of actions under the retained EU law bill. Alternatively, if those provisions of EU law that partially apply to the UK in respect of Northern Ireland under the protocol are not subject to a sunset clause in the retained EU law bill when it comes into force in the UK in respect of Northern Ireland, what's the legal basis for that being the case? Single-use plastics is another example of a partially applicable act under the protocol that is an excluded provision, and we could go into that, but I'll pause there. I don't have the answers, but I could keep you here all night with other examples and the questions that they raise. But just to conclude, post-Brexit Northern Ireland is a distinct case when it comes to regulation after Brexit. It's both within and between the regulatory and legal orders of the UK and the EU. That is not always going to be a comfortable position. As the UK seeks to chart new regulatory paths, the persistently unique circumstances of Northern Ireland ought to be factored into the formation and the implementation of policy across the whole of the UK. That's me.
For fascinating, comprehensive accounts of the attempt to unscramble eggs in relation to devolution. I'm aware I'm in a very dangerous position of being between you all and lunch, but it would be a shame if we didn't have an opportunity at least to ask a couple of questions. So can I ask you to make sure they're questions and make them as brief as possible? I'll take a couple and then take them back to our speakers. So one there.
Thank you. Alex Plant, I'm at Anglian Water, but I'll be taking up the role of Chief Exec of Scottish Water in June. Firstly, just to credit you for a fantastic explanation, reminding me how wise Liam Fox was when he said that the post-Brexit arrangements would be amongst the easiest in history. You've just demonstrated that in spades. My question actually is one for Michael, really, because I think the discussion of the retained EU law bill, if it goes ahead as anticipated with the sunset clause, would seem to me to put the position of the Scottish government around dynamic alignment with the EU really at risk in a way that hasn't actually been so thus far, because we've kind of muddled along without it coming really to the boil. And just any observations on that particular question and issue in the Scottish context?
Thank you. David Bailey, UK and Changing Europe. It's a question for Lisa. I know nothing about Northern Ireland, so it's probably a very dumb question, but the power sharing agreement, as I understand it, means that effectively government is run as silos where one party is in charge of one area and another one. Does that have an impact on how this might play out as well, in the sense things aren't connected across government?
Yeah, it's a good point about retaining the EU law in Scotland. And the answer is nobody really knows what's going to happen to retain the EU law in Scotland. Nobody at all. But it may force the issue. Now, I've suggested over the last few years we've expected the issue to come to a crunch. It never quite has, because they got around it with ad hoc arrangements and frameworks and so on, and depoliticizing issues and putting them into the technical sphere. But it depends on what the UK government is going to do about retained EU law, and whether there's going to be a radical divergence. If there is, then that's an immediate challenge to the Scottish government, and whether the Scottish government is really up to the task of maintaining dynamic alignment. So far, there's not been very much of it. They are certainly looking for mechanisms by which they can do it. They're trying to find somebody who's tracking divergence. I know UK and Changing Europe is doing this as well, but divergence between the UK and the EU and divergence between the UK and Scotland. Again, the database for that is not available at the moment. And so far it's been a question of selectively picking up European regulations on key issues rather than doing that systematically. So we really don't know, but I think this is true of the retained EU law as a whole. I don't think anybody really believes that they're all going to be repealed or expire at the end of next year and something is going to be put into its place. But it certainly does complicate matters in Scotland enormously. But again, as I say, what is the crunch point and what issues become politicised? You never know. Some issues suddenly may be politicised and other issues. And you might expect the Scottish government, being a nationalist government, to make an issue out of everything. It doesn't. It's very selective in issues it chooses to make a fight over. So maybe something politically salient like environmental policy or so on. But I suspect a lot of the technical stuff will just go through anyway.
Such an excellent question, and I think quite often it's underappreciated just how different a power sharing arrangement Northern Ireland has in respective policy making. So yes, it does make the development of cross-cutting policy particularly difficult because the departments are all allocated according to election results based on Hunt, and they tend to switch. I was incidentally at an event yesterday around environmental governance and regulation, and developing cross-cutting, forward-looking policy for Northern Ireland is invariably slower. When it happens, it often tends to be more sustainable because it's gone through the brokering process, crucible of passing through the two extremes of all of the political spectrum in Northern Ireland. But developing innovative regulation is very difficult for the cross-cutting nature. There's also particular provisions if an issue is deemed to be of cross-cutting and cross-community contention, then there's a requirement for it to go to a full executive. And that's part of why at present, although we have shadow ministers in place, not much is happening in relation to addressing real difficult policy issues, because anything that is cross-cutting can't happen because we don't have a full executive. And that has real difficult challenges. Just more generally and on alignment, because I've done some stuff tracking the substance of the dynamic alignment of Northern Ireland under the protocol. And suffice to say that EU law changes very often. I can think of one piece of EU law that in the last couple of months there's been 187 new implementing laws passed under it. But it should be said that those are not often significant. They're often on the level of changing like the status on different annexes. They're very technical, very technocrat. But for the UK as a whole, in terms of tracking what regulatory alignment and regulatory divergence means, there needs to be real capacity to look, you almost need to know more about what's happening at an EU level in order to strategically diverge and work competitively alongside them, as you do as a member state. And there are specific issues for Northern Ireland in regard to tracking what it is obliged to be implementing.
Yeah, I think looking at these issues from a devolved perspective really draws into our attention the potential for kind of inadvertent divergence. In other words, things happening that just don't seem very important, and then down the line they turn out to be really significant. And a kind of link to Matthew's session before this one, you might have thought that politicians inspired by the likes of Matthew Oakeshott or Friedrich Hayek would be more alert to the challenges of developing a synoptic understanding of really complex systems before they started to change them. And what we see, I think, from the UK-EU relationship, but also the UK-level devolved relationships, is just that things have worked in a kind of a way, but we never really understood exactly how and why they worked. And now they're being stress tested and really being proven not to be up to the stress that they're being placed under at the moment. Anyway, thanks very much to a really expert pair of presentations on a difficult, nitty-gritty set of issues that I think are often neglected in these wider discussions. And enjoy your lunch.
I think everyone should watch the video and make their own minds up.
I'd like to discuss in my remarks what I see as really a product of political failure, are actually quite nuanced often and...
Something there. Is this a problem or is it not? Now I feel a little bit like Matthew by saying it, starting off by saying, yeah? Oh, I'll stand back. By saying that there was a, yeah, I can hear that echo. By saying that the decisions about proportionality and subsidiarity. And that's where we are. We don't have a conclusion because it's all still up in the air.
Of their British identity and a threat to Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market. Talks between the UK and the EU about the protocol and its implementation are
restoration of the notion of Westminster supremacy, so Westminster will always have the last word, and rather than
example of, I don't really have more details on screen, I'm sorry. One of the EU law instruments listed in Annex 4 is a directive from 2003 from the European Union, which established the EU emissions trading scheme. So it's quite a significant directive and policy provision. So under Article 9 of the protocol, at present, the EU ETS directive applies to the UK and Northern Ireland insofar as it relates and facilitates the continued operation of the single electricity market. Prior to the end of the UK transition period, UK government made provision for a UK emissions trading scheme in the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Order. I spent too much time looking at statutory instruments, but noted in the explanatory memorandum of that UK ETS is that the EU ETS is disapplied in domestic law under that statutory instrument, subject to the UK's obligations in the withdrawal agreement and the protocol on Ireland.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's make a start. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Welcome to this afternoon's session. I'm extremely pleased to introduce Professor Catherine Barnard to you to give this afternoon's keynote on retained EU law. Catherine will be extremely well known to, I suspect, most people in this room as Professor of EU Law at Cambridge and, most importantly, Deputy Director of UK in a Changing Europe. Catherine.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Just before I go any further, can I just check you can hear, because I gather there's some sound problems. I do have the voice of a foghorn, which probably doesn't help. I would like to say, to start with, thank you particularly to Hussein and his fantastic team for pulling all of this together. Now, in the graveyard slot after lunch, they put the lawyer, and they put the lawyer talking about law and specifically the so-called rule bill. And magically, that's it. Now, this bill, everything about this bill is anathema, really, because, not least its name, rule, which is retained EU law, but it goes by different permutations. So it's a retained EU law, revocation and reform bill. Now, just to give you a bit of context so you can understand where we are coming from. So just take you back to the sunny days of 2018. And then we'd had the vote, we were in the process of leaving the EU, but the question was what to do with that huge volume of EU legislation which was on our statute book, but a lot of it was secondary legislation and had its roots in the European Communities Act 1972, and that act was going to be switched off. So the civil service had a fantastic idea, sensible idea, was to take that whole corpus of EU law, call it retained EU law, and put it onto our statute book, which is what they did in 2018 with the European Union Withdrawal Act. And specifically, all of that legislation was called retained EU law. Now, for those of you who like detail, what was brought over into the UK legislation were things like treaty provisions, like Article 157 on equal pay for men and women, primary legislation, like the Equality Act. Now, that shouldn't have needed any protection, but they were worried that there might be challenges to that since a lot of that legislation was based on EU law. And most importantly for our purposes, the secondary legislation, all of that legislation which came from, for example, the European Communities Act, which a good example would be the working time regulations which came from the Working Time Directive. Plus a whole chunk, all the case law, pre-Brexit case law, that was incorporated across, and indeed something called general principles of law. General principles of law are things like legitimate expectations and proportionality. Most controversial was not only was all of this protected, but so was the principle of supremacy of EU law. And supremacy of EU law means that if there's a conflict between EU law and domestic law, EU law prevailed. Now, the Brexiteers disliked that very much indeed, because, of course, that's one of the reasons why they advocated Brexit. But, in fact, the narrative was sensible. The narrative was if the 2018 Act was going to take a snapshot, the snapshot included the principle of supremacy of EU law. Now, we know how the Brexiteers have been unhappy with that approach. And what has happened since was that a dashboard has been created, and that dashboard has identified what the civil service thinks is the volume of retained EU law still on the statute book. Now, I'm afraid I don't find the dashboard particularly user-friendly, but I've only given you the first page of it, which is perhaps the clearest, because that gives you a flavour of which government departments have the largest amount of retained EU law, of which, unsurprisingly, is DEFRA at 570 odd pieces, the Department for Transport, which is the sort of big circle in the middle, which is 420 odd, and Bays, which is the top green one, which is 318. Now, in total, they estimate it's about 2,400 pieces of EU-derived legislation are still on the statute book. But nobody knows for sure. There is no comprehensive database. This is a pretty good job. They've done their best, but nobody knows for sure. And I'm told there are also about 800 pieces of legislation which are orphans, i.e. they don't have a department anymore. So there may well be many others, we just don't know. Now, Rishi Sunak, you might recall he is our current Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak, in the campaign in the summer, made a video saying he wanted rid of lots of this law. And he committed, starting in my first 100 days, he said, we will review and replace every bit of retained EU law. And then his video also included a man putting something called EU legislation, a concept which in fact does not exist, but EU legislation through the shredder, and the final picture, of course, is it's all shredded. So he wanted rid of it in 100 days. Liz Truss, on the other hand, she was the Prime Minister last week, she said, in fact, she would give it till the end of 2023. So the deadline for her was the end of 2023, which is sort of 13, 14 months' time. Now, the retained EU law bill was published under her watch, but in fact, a lot of the work had been already done on it by Jacob Rees-Mogg, who'd inherited the portfolio from Lord Frost. And indeed, Lord Frost has long been complaining about the concept of retained EU law. Now, the interesting thing about it being Jacob Rees-Mogg in charge is that although, as you can see from this piece from The Guardian, he was obviously very keen to get rid of all of these EU laws, the thing he said was he would focus only on secondary law, not primary, i.e. he would not be including in this cull primary law, so things like the Equality Act. And that's because, in his view, these had been properly democratically adopted because they'd been adopted by going through Parliament, and therefore Parliament should repeal them in the usual way. So it is important to note that for people who are saying everything goes, that's not correct. There are key exceptions. First of all, Acts of Parliament are not caught in this bill, and also there are other exceptions which we'll see in a moment. There's also another issue that's worth bearing in mind, which I flagged up there. Remember too the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, that was the agreement regulating our current trading relationship between the UK and the EU, and it has level playing field provisions in it. And the level playing field provisions are complex, but in essence they say that if the UK unilaterally reduces protection in the field of labour rights and environmental rights, then this opens the way for the EU to turn off, start the trade dispute resolution mechanisms that you find in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. So there are other external constraints, not just the parliamentary democracy constraint, that you find that Jacob Rees-Mogg was keen to push forward. One other thing to bear in mind, there is the Financial Services and Markets Bill, which was published in July. And this essentially is there to turn off tracks of EU-derived financial services legislation. But what's interesting in this field is that the relevant regulatory authorities have done already a lot of the legwork in trying to work out what the policy is going to be going forward. In other words, it's not being put in a vacuum. There is already a plan. They know what's going to replace what is there already. And our wonderful colleague, Sarah Hall, was working a lot on that. So we've got a carve-out for primary legislation, carve-out for financial services, and that brings me to retained EU law and what you find in the bill. So, just to remind you, retained EU law was all of that law that you found in the 2018 Act. So, retained EU law is both the law itself. I can explain some of these technical terms, but if you look at the grey boxes, retained EU law is all of that secondary legislation, so things like the working time regulations. It also covers things like the passenger rights compensation regulation. That's converted law. That's been retained. Case law, all the pre-Brexit case law has been retained, whether it's from the Court of Justice or whether it's from British courts interpreting directives. And the general principles have also been retained. That was the original idea in 2018. What's going to happen to it all? Well, with the rule bill, one I've just been talking about, with the rule bill, the retained EU law bill, the one that was published by Liz Truss, what's going to happen to it? Most importantly, and the thing that's had most attention, is sunsetting. Sunsetting is the legal term for turning things off. Sunsetting means that, according to clause 1.1 of the bill, all of that law, all of that secondary law that I've talked about, will be turned off on the 31st of December 2023. And crucially, that is the default position. Everything goes, apart from the things I've just mentioned, everything goes on the 31st of December 2023. That means, we think, up to 2,400 pieces of legislation goes just like that. Now, this is dramatic. I'm not aware, maybe you know of some other legislation, that ever happening before in British history, or possibly anywhere else in the world, to have such a decimation of the statute book. It is quite extraordinary. Now, it must be said, there are ways around it, which I will look at, but just to remind you, this means things like the working time regulations, the general product safety regulations, the cosmetics regulations, pick your favourite bit of legislation, all to go, subject to the caveat, but not anything to do with tax and not primary legislation. So the default position is everything must go. If you're in favour of deregulation, this is a very effective, very powerful way of doing things. I mean, it's, one clause, everything gets turned off. However, there are get-out-of-jail-free cards, and the get-out-of-jail-free cards work like this. First of all, there's clause 1.2, and that allows ministers to say, actually, we're going to keep X, Y, and Z bits of legislation. And if ministers use clause 1.2, there is no time limit. That legislation goes on potentially indefinitely. There is a second get-out-of-jail-free card, which is that the sunset of 31st December 2023 can be extended to the 23rd of June 2026, i.e. 10 years after the referendum. But again, ministers have still got to be proactive in identifying which legislation will be at least extended until that date. The interesting question is, what is the internal process for actually delivering on this? Assuming that ministers do want to use these powers, how are they going to get this process through? Will it be just a departmental decision, or will it have to go to some cabinet scrutiny committee? Will they have to go to some sort of star chamber, as it's called, to really defend why they need to keep that legislation? And remember that the default position is nothing. The default position is if they lose, if they don't make the case for preserving that legislation, the legislation goes, because that's the default. And that's why that is so important. The default is so important. Everything goes unless a positive, concrete step is taken to save it. This is going to take a vast amount of time. And indeed, there's a story in the FT today suggesting that the awareness about the amount of time it's going to take is finally beginning to dawn. So in Bays, which only had 350 odd bits of legislation, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who was Secretary of State till end of last week, said we need 400 civil servants to work on this to deliver the scrutiny process. Now, the FT also reports that some people think the civil service have exaggerated, but nevertheless, I'm told in DEFRA at the moment, and remember DEFRA had the largest number, it's only 3 civil servants are currently working on it. So you can see the amount of time all of this is going to take. It does raise the fundamental question whether it is a good use of civil service time to be doing all of this. I've talked about 2 get-out-of-jail-free cards. There's a third. There is an extraordinary amount of power given to ministers in the legislation, of which the Hansard Society has done a fantastic booklet to explain. But one of the powers, and probably the most important one, is in Clause 15. And Clause 15 of the bill allows ministers to revoke or replace any secondary legislation and then replace it with something that's appropriate, but on condition that the replacement doesn't increase the regulatory burden. So what you can have is, for example, take the working time regulations. It may be the minister decides that they will take the working time regulations, they don't like the 48-hour working week limit, cut out the 48-hour working week limit, replace it with just a UK version of the working time regulations, just with the paid annual leave bit left into it. Because that is reducing the regulatory burden. It is not increasing the regulatory burden. Remember the days when they said Brexit will allow us to do things better. You can't do things better, you can just do things less under Clause 15. I also want to say a word or two about case law. So case law is a vexed question. You saw from before that case law is retained EU law. Remember, all of that pre-Brexit case law has been put onto the UK statute book and retained. So with case law, it has been possible, even under the 2018 Act, for the highest courts, the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal and their Scottish and Northern Irish equivalents, to depart from pre-Brexit case law where it is right to do so. Now that test of it being right to do so is the test that was used, which the Supreme Court uses when it decides to depart from its own case law. And as you can imagine, courts are reluctant to depart from their own case law because if you value legal certainty, consistency, you're not going to have a decision one way today, another way tomorrow, and flip-flopping around. So courts are really quite reluctant to depart from earlier case law. Well, the government doesn't think the highest courts in the land have used their powers to depart with sufficient vigour. And indeed, there was a case called Tune In, where the Court of Appeal gave about 8 very good reasons why it was not prepared to depart from pre-Brexit case law handed down by the Court of Justice. Now, the rule bill tries to give the courts a significant nudge to say, actually, you should be a bit more enthusiastic about departing from that earlier case law. And that nudge is, that's the text there. It says, well, the reasons why the highest courts should consider departing from pre-Brexit case law with a bit more enthusiasm is that the fact that decisions of a foreign court are not usually binding, well, I suppose that's true. Change in circumstances, well, that's shorthand for we've done Brexit and we need to do things differently. And then subsection C is totally incomprehensible. The extent to which retained EU case law otherwise restricts the proper development of domestic law. I have absolutely no idea what that means. So, but what we do know is that is a strong nudge to the courts to be a bit more enthusiastic about reversing decisions of the Court of Justice. And the other thing to note as well is that lower courts will be given powers to refer cases up to the higher courts to see whether they need to actually reverse cases' earlier decisions. And the UK law officers will be able to intervene in individual cases or after a case is finished to say, actually, you courts need to vary the case law and depart from pre-Brexit case law. Now, you might think, well, that's something for lawyers. Why do we need to get worried about it? There's a constitutional issue about seeing an Act of Parliament saying very clearly, telling the courts in such express terms what to do. Some people say less controversial because there's some of that in the European Communities Act 1972. But secondly, it's going to lead to significant amounts of litigation because lawyers will have to advise their clients always to try and challenge any pre-Brexit case law and to use these powers for fear that they might be sued in negligence later for not having taken advantage of these powers, which leads to a risk of an explosion in litigation. My final point, it's gone to sleep. My final point, if I can get it there, it's clearly, there you go. My final point concerns supremacy. Now, do you remember I said one of the things that the 2018 Act was to take the principle of supremacy of EU law and incorporate it into our statute book? In fact, there is a schizophrenia in the approach you find in the 2018 Act, because presumably for political presentational reasons, we're told on at least 2 occasions that the principle of supremacy of EU law has been turned off. But if you dig beyond the first section to the second section, it is in fact turned back on again. So this is always a message that we give to the students, make sure you read beyond the first line because the second line might say something rather different. So supremacy of EU law is still very much a thing, and that's in section 5.2 of the 2018 Act. Now the rule bill is going to do a whole bunch of things. If I can just get it to move. There you go. The rule bill is going to abolish the principle of supremacy of EU law by the end of 2023, although oddly enough, it does allow for that principle to be turned back on in certain areas if government departments so choose. Seems to me unlikely, but it is possible. And furthermore, they're introducing a new priority rule. Instead of EU law trumping domestic law, the new rule is the other way round. Domestic law will trump anything that might be retained. So it is a comprehensive attempt to turn off supremacy of EU law unless it is turned back on for certain departments. So to conclude, is this bill a good thing? I think not. Certainly in respect of sunsetting. I think it is extraordinary that you should take such a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Just to be clear that before this bill, it is absolutely possible to be turning off retained EU law. There's lots of other legislation which makes provision for it. Lots of EU law has already been turned off, particularly in the context of the 2018 Act. But now you're seeing Henry VIII clauses right, left and centre in all sorts of other legislation which can be used to turn off all sorts of retained EU law. So there is a question about whether we even need this legislation in the first place. Secondly, it is really concerning that the default is everything must go. What happens if there's mistakes? I'm not suggesting that bad faith here, but what happens if a bit of legislation has been missed? And it actually turns out to be quite important if you're a widget manufacturer about that piece of legislation, but it's not a well-known piece of legislation. I've been talking about the working time regulations because it's one that everyone knows about, and it's one you're familiar with. But, you know, there's all sorts of technical legislation out there. What happens if it's missed? If it's missed, too bad, it goes. So this default is really very damaging indeed. There is real concern about the powers that are contained in the statute, powers for ministers. What happens if ministers don't use those powers? What happens if they use them at the very last minute? What happens if they get into a panic in November 2023 and realise that, for example, regulations about aircraft safety are about to be hit by the guillotine, the sunset, and then they've got to be preserved somehow? How are they going to get them through? Is there the parliamentary capacity to get all of this secondary legislation through? And there is concern too about Clause 7, which is the clauses on the courts. I've already indicated to you concerns about what it means for lawyers and litigation, costs of litigation, but also there's concerns about the fact that law officers can intervene in these cases or bring cases later. Why should law officers have to have the power to do that and fight points that they should have actually been able to have dealt with in Parliament, which is, of course, the proper location for all of this? And then finally, this is hugely complex. It's going to create massive uncertainty, all in the name of trying to cleanse the statute book of any reference to anything European or EU. It is an extraordinary piece of legislation which is potentially going to do tremendous damage to legal certainty, to business, which is going to have to adapt to all sorts of new rules, and I would say investment. Because would you invest in a country which is going through absolute legislative turmoil, where the rules of the game are anything but clear? And it may be that all the talk about growth at the moment has led to the indication that the FT published this morning that Rishi Sunak is now thinking that maybe we need to slow down this process. Remember, he was the one who said it could be done in 100 days. To slow down this process because of the implications for business. Thank you very much indeed.
Catherine, for that fantastic overview of this very complicated subject. I'm sorry we are running a bit late, particularly apologies to the following panel. Let's try and take some quick questions, I think, before moving on. Okay, let's just go around the room. One there and one there, first of all.
My name's Paul Hudson. I'm not a lawyer, and I thank Professor Barnard for such a clear exposition. In fact, as you were speaking, I was thinking of one of these old American comedies, film comedies, where Oliver Hardy says to Stanley, another fine old mess. One of the things that has struck me, as I say, I'm not a lawyer, but I listen to programs like Law in Action. As I understand it, I can't quite understand why it is that this keenness, in fact, to get rid of so much of European Union legislation. As I understand it, it's British lawyers, that are, particularly in the field of human rights, that are recognised to have made great contributions. So why are we scrapping it? But another thing that also puzzles me is that Lord Carrington, who used to be a government minister in I think Mrs. Thatcher's government and maybe a subsequent government, he said we should be very careful about scrapping any legislation. We should always go back to the origins of why it was introduced. And as far as I could make out, that doesn't seem to have been done. And another thing, we seem in areas of legislation and economics, Britain seems to have a knack of picking ministers who have no qualifications in the area, whatever. It's the amateur. Thank you very much, and Daniel, again for your talk.
There was a second question just behind you. Was it somebody there? Yeah.
Peter Hurst. There's also a political dimension to this, isn't there? Because a lot of the legislation coincides with a political agenda, and there's going to be a general election probably end of 24, beginning of 25. So is there any process by which other parties, rather than the one in government, can have a say about which bits of legislation are made redundant or changed? Thank you.
Should we take one more just down at the front here? Yeah, and then I think that's probably, yeah.
Thanks. It's a kind of linked question, but and this may be a very stupid question because I'm not a lawyer, but is there a chance that any of the retained legislation is actually in areas that the devolved administrations would have powers to re-regulate in, and how does this fit with their powers, and in particular thinking about Northern Ireland?
Thank you very much for those excellent questions. Starting with the last, absolutely there is a really serious issue for the devolves and how this fits with the devolves, because of course a lot of the legislation, environmental legislation for example, is an area of devolved competence, so it really does affect them. In respect of Northern Ireland, of course, you've got the added problem of the Northern Ireland Protocol, problem in the sense that there is a commitment to following in a dynamic way EU legislation, so clearly there's got to be a carve-out for anything to do with Northern Ireland, but as we also know, the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill is going through Parliament at the moment, which has the effect of turning off that obligation for dynamic alignment. And so you could see, if the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill goes through, that the concerns that you've rightly raised are erased because we will have reneged on our commitments under the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill. And of course that in itself raises further issues, because despite the government's claim that the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill is justified under international law, I am not aware of any mainstream lawyer who shares that government's view. In respect of your question about politics and isn't this about politics, clearly the answer is absolutely yes. There is a real desire to show a Brexit premium. Now, as you heard this morning, of course, there are opportunities out there, but the opportunities, I think, need to be thought through properly rather than this extraordinary guillotine that's currently being applied. And essentially, you've turned everything off before you've got a policy to replace it. Now, if you are absolutely committed to deregulation, then you don't want to have anything to replace it. But most, I think, mainstream politicians accept that you do need some worker protection and you do need some consumer protection. And therefore, what is going to be put in its place if all of this is turned off? To confirm your point that it is largely political, even if the ministers use their powers to keep this retained EU law on the statute book even to the 23rd of June 2026, it's no longer going to be called retained EU law, it's going to be called assimilated law. And so it confirms this stripping of any hint of the EU origin. In respect of your question on process, essentially you're saying, can Labour stop this? Well, they can't at the moment because they don't have a majority. But Labour is fighting hard, and indeed I think there were some quite powerful speeches by some Labour MPs. There's, I think, a very good speech by Hilary Benn, it just setting out in very plain terms, and no doubt far more effectively than I've just done, in 2 minutes rather than in 20 minutes, why this is not a good piece of legislation.
Thanks, Catherine. Are there any more? We can probably take one more round if they're short. Yeah, okay. Those two then. No, sorry. Further back. There you go.
Thanks very much. Sarah Chambers. I was just wondering how regulatory burden is to be defined. I presume it's not going to include the burdens on consumers or the burdens on employees or the burdens on the environment, and that it's really just directed at burdens on business. But even if that is right, a burden on one business could well be a relief to another business, and these things are very, very complicated to compute and take a long time and are very subjective. And if you're talking about thousands of laws, how on earth are those assessments going to be made, and who's going to make them?
Thank you. Final one.
Yes, Peter Cook, thank you. Thank you for the talk, Catherine. Just a point on nomenclature. Guillotine is a French word, of course, but coming on to the serious point, following on the political line of thought, to what extent is all this law-changing process reliant on the preservation of the ERG as a part of the Conservative Party?
To tackle the second point first, I think quite a lot. I mean, because I understand that there is an expectation amongst the civil service that because they just do not have the capacity to do this in time for the end of 2023 deadline, huge amounts will have to be saved using these powers under Clause 1, 2 or Clause 2. But it will be then called assimilated law, and at least they can say, the government can say, look, we've got rid of all retained EU law. I mean, it's going to be repackaged and put in given a different label, but it's basically going to be the same thing. And then that raises real issues for the courts, because the courts will then be under quite a lot of pressure to depart from ECJ's case law. And yet, because this legislation is now British legislation, not EU derived, but of course, if you're interpreting something like the working time, UK working time, much improved regulations, it's still going to be largely based on the Working Time Directive, and who has given authoritative guidance on that? The Court of Justice. So the courts then become the front line, the latest front line in the Brexit battle. In answer to your question about removing regulatory burden, it is clearly set out in clause, well not very clearly, but set out in clause 1510. A burden is a financial cost, an administrative inconvenience, an obstacle to trade or innovation, an obstacle to efficiency, productivity or profitability, a sanction which affects the carrying on of a lawful activity. So that is pretty comprehensive.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Apologies again for running over. Let's all just thank Catherine, I think.
I'll be your moderator for the next 45 minutes. As you can see, this is the first of our sector-specific panels dealing with agriculture, manufacturing, and transport after Brexit. Luckily for me, I have a very distinguished and well-informed panel to help me through the next 45 minutes. Each speaker has been asked to try and stick to around 10, 12 minutes. So we have plenty of time for questions and discussion with the audience afterwards. So let me briefly introduce our speakers. For agriculture, Dr. Carmen Hubbard, a reader at University of Newcastle. On manufacturing, David Bailey, Professor of Business Economics, University of Birmingham, and ESRC Senior Fellow at UK in a Changing Europe. And last but not least, on transport, Sarah Hall, Professor of Economic Geography, University of Nottingham, also ESRC Senior Fellow at the UK in a Changing Europe. Each speaker has to speak very close to the microphone, we're told, otherwise the guys in the back row will be very, very unhappy. And now, without further ado from me, Carmen, over to you.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. So, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and I think I found it quite very difficult to speak after Catherine. Anyway, I'll try my best, given that, she already pointed out about the importance of agriculture, and this would have been my first sentence in which I said, probably will not come as a surprise to you that agriculture is one of the areas most affected by the UK exit from the European Union. So leaving the EU has meant a major shift in the agricultural policy, and the replacement of the EU common agricultural policy will bring significant changes in British farming. The sector has already has been subject to some significant and economic political impacts, and in the words of Lord Curry, cited in Redmond's John Nick's pocket book for 2023, and I quote, "The pace of change in the farming industry is without parallel," in my quote. But let's have a look quick at some of the changes, the policy changes which took place in agriculture, but also, the regulation who are supporting these policy changes. So, leaving the EU meant initially leaving the CAP and the 3.5 billion per year received in the form of subsidies by UK farmers. Under the CAP, British farmers received farm income support via the basic payment scheme, usually known as direct payments, but they also received benefits from market support via import tariffs. Of course, there were other supports, but these are the main points, the direct support and the market support. However, agriculture policies already has been discussed. It is a devolved policy. So what happened after post-Brexit was that each UK nation, following consultation, has designed its own agriculture policy. Thus, I will argue that one of the major changes that Brexit brought is the lack of a common agricultural framework. Instead, we ended up with 4 policy frameworks which reflect well the difference in the geography and the nature of farming across the 4 nations. So I would like just to point a few things about each of the country, and probably I have a lot, so Paul, please tell me 2 minutes before I have to finish. I will start with the English support, England farm support. The main piece of legislation is the Agricultural Act of 2020, which is a primary legislation framework for the future support of English farmers. It sets out measures to increase farm productivity and fairness, whatever that means, along the food supply chain. It also includes provision regarding market intervention and compliance with the World Trade Organization. However, until 2024, or at least until 2024, English farmers are still entitled to direct payments. However, from 2024, they will be delinked from farmland. This means they will not get money for the area of land which they actually are farming. And the direct payments will need to be phased out by 2028. And you will ask yourself, okay, so what do we put in place, or what the governments want to put in place for the English farmers? The CAP-type payments will be replaced with schemes run under the principle public money for public goods, whereby farmers and other land managers will be paid for the delivering primarily environmental benefits, rather, as I said, for the land area they farm. The main tool for the delivery of this farm support is the Environmental Land Management Scheme. The Environmental Land Manager Scheme aims to support farmers to provide what the public wants, alongside food and fiber. It also intends to ensure a transition to a more sustainable land management practices. It is a rather complicated because it comprises 3 schemes or 3 components: the Sustainable Farming Incentive, the Local Nature Recovery Program, and the Landscape Recovery Scheme. And all of these, they should be operational, fully operational by 2025. I don't know if I have time to go through all of this, but I would like just to point for each of them 1 sentence. The Sustainable Farming Incentive, it aims to replace the direct payments, the basic payment scheme. And it should focus mainly on reducing the negative externality produced by poor land management, so soil, air, and water pollution. They are made by standards, and they will be on different levels of entry, and they will be launched in stages. The first stage already started at the end of 2022, focusing on soil, and it aims to be done by 2024. The scheme also includes some things related to the animal health and welfare review, but I can answer that. The local nature recovery is the main replacement for the countryside stewardship scheme. So this is the agri-environmental scheme. And as it says, it will focus on the environment and natural recovery in local areas alongside food production. A small pilot is expected to run in 2023 before its full launch at the end of 2024. However, I do things from an economic point of view, and giving my knowledge about the CAP and what happened so far, with so many years of common agriculture policy in the UK, this is the most interesting one, the landscape recovery scheme. And probably I question this because this is a scheme which is aimed at landowners and land managers. It focuses on the delivery of long-term environmental and climate outcomes, habitat restoration, land use changes. There is a budget for it as well, about 8 million, 7.5 million pounds, to support this scheme, which will take place in 2 rounds. But I think the detail is here. The first round of the project, it's already done, and it asked that individuals or groups who wanted to come together to deliver large-scale projects over between 500 and 5,000 hectares. So to me, it seems like that's where the detail is. That's the scheme in which, again, there will be a lot of support for those actually very large. And we know that what happened with the CAP, who got the money from the direct support, those large farms. The landowners have a lot of land. So it will be interesting to see what will happen with this particular scheme. Going back to Scotland, Michael already pointed out quite a few things regarding Scotland. They are a little bit different. They published their own agriculture bill in 2019. It allows still to retain direct payments in full, at least until 2024-25. Payments paid on some conditionality related to environmental benefits and animal health and welfare. And we also expect a new legislation to be passed in 2023. They have other details there, but I will pass that on because it's a little bit tricky talking about different tracks. Wales. In contrast with Scotland, the Welsh government, it aligns more with Westminster. And they came out in July 2022 with a new sustainable farming scheme. Interesting also, this led to the adoption of the first ever agriculture bill for the Welsh farming industry. This happened on 26th of September 2022. The bill aims to support sustainable food production while conserving the Welsh countryside, culture and language. This will be applied via the sustainable farming scheme, and direct payments will still be paid in full until the end of 2024. They also envisage a period of transition up to March 2029. And they also have, particularly for those farmers who do not want to take part in the sustainable farming scheme. Lisa has done today an excellent job talking about the Northern Ireland. The absence of a stable government in Northern Ireland has made it difficult and slowed down the pace of policy changes. However, there is a legislation, that's the Future of Agricultural Policy decision in Northern Ireland, which was published in March 2022. And they will deliver whatever they want to deliver through work streams. They are calling work streams. And they cover, just to give you some example, resilience measures, farming for nature packages, farming for carbon, supply chain measures, and environmental assessment. However, they want to continue the support for their farmers via farm sustainability payment, which is very similar to the CAP-type payment based on area-based. So they will continue with direct payments. So we could see that differences there. It is important to highlight that whereas agriculture policy is devolved, trade is not. So following Brexit, the UK has set its own trade policy, including tariffs with countries with which the UK does not have a trade deal. But probably doesn't come as a surprise, based on what we discussed today, how much actually really did we change when it came to legislation. So what really happened? The EU common external tariff was actually braced with the UK global tariffs, which came into force in the 1st of January 2021. But despite some of the simplification which they took place, the UK global tariffs is very similar to the EU common external tariffs, as most tariffs were kept at similar levels as in the EU. There was some. They just translated really from euro to pounds using a fixed rate. So the argument will be that looking at the tariffs with countries, with third countries, for example, the level of protection of the UK market remains similar under the EU single market. While this may support the UK farming industry, maintaining high import tariffs makes import goods more expensive and pushes domestic prices up. It can be argued that leaving the EU has changed little in terms of trades with countries with which the UK does not have a specific trade deal. However, there is always a however, or the economist said, however, it depends. Beyond the UK-EU trade and cooperation agreement, the UK managed to replicate several free trade agreements. I'm still okay? Okay, almost, okay, thank you. Several trade agreements, and probably people already know. So there are trade agreements with, of course, with the EU, but also with Canada, Japan, new free trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand. And there are new trade negotiation going on with countries such as the US and India. And you also, the UK started to started negotiation with the comprehensive and progressing Trans-Pacific Partnership. This is 11 countries, somewhere in Latin America and over there, like Singapore, Vietnam, Mexico, New Zealand, aim to finalize by the end of this year. Will this happen? We don't know. Of course, there are all sorts of worries, both from the House of Commons regarding these deals, but also from the national farmer unions, who expressed concern regarding the cumulative effects of the new trade deals on farming industry, particularly over the medium term. I wouldn't go in the UK border operating model. What I would actually like to say is that so far, no further import controls on EU goods will be introduced this year. So we are not, the UK government wasn't really, didn't keep its promise, to introduce requirements for safety, security, checks in terms of sanitary and phytosanitary regulation. So there will be no import controls at the border. However, they think we have a TOM, I call it a TOM, target operating model, which will be based on some very advanced digital technology, which probably will apply to goods from the EU and the rest of the world, however, not to produces from the Northern Ireland. Am I allowed just to say two things? What happened is, we have lots of things would happen in the farming industry. People feel really, some farmers feel very unhappy about what's going on. farmers are very much concerned the fact that the direct payments, they are gone, particularly those who are very dependent on them, like beef and lamb. Some farmers are also frustrated by the constant negative media coverage on red meat and the links to climate change. When you have trade deals with Australia and New Zealand, and you bring the food from there, so this means you may increase the carbon footprint. Not all farmers depend on subsidies. They don't want to rely on subsidies, but farming is a business, and it should be viable, sustainable, and should generate profit. Policy differences between the four nations may also lead to tension about fairness and market competition. But I do think that British farmers are resilient, and we have seen farmers adapting and adjusting their activity. I will just say that agriculture does not exist in isolation, so we see what's going on around us. This will add to the effect of Brexit in the UK. How we will be affected and how farmers will be affected, it remains to be determined. But with any policy changes, there will always be winners and losers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carmen. You managed to put a huge amount of information in your presentation. We now rapidly move on to David Bailey. Just, we'll take questions at the end of the three presentations. David.
Thank you very much. I'm the token male speaker on the panel, which is great. So I'd like to talk about manufacturing, which has been a focus of our research as part of the UK and a Changing Europe project. If you recall, Boris Johnson said that he'd eliminated non-tariff barriers. Utter nonsense, of course. Non-tariff barriers have come back, and in a very big way. And basically, we've put in place non-tariff barriers between the UK and the single market, our most important export market. The result of that has been, best guess, a 15% reduction in trade compared with a no-Brexit scenario. Several different studies come to that conclusion. Our own work has suggested it's impacted most on small firms because they really struggle to deal with all of the paperwork. I'll come onto that in a moment. And that's been correlated by the work that's come out of the LSE at a kind of more macro level, looking at the divergence in trade now between the UK and the EU. Manufacturing is still important, we forget that. Formerly 10% of the economy, its real value, much more than that. Hugely important in terms of exports, research and development spend, and paying good wages. So, levelling up agenda, manufacturing is important. And it's manufacturing particularly important for certain regions as well, because there's more manufacturing in, say, Northern Midlands regions, and it trades more with the EU. It is vulnerable to these issues when we put in place extra tariff barriers. Key point, and we heard about it earlier from the first speaker, we've got these very integrated supply chains. So I think that the view of some politicians is a kind of 18th century view almost of trade, i.e. we make something, we sell it to Germany, they make something, they sell it to us. World ain't like that anymore. We've got very complex supply chains that cross borders many times. This company doesn't exist anymore in Birmingham, but it is a company that we illustrated as going to struggle under Brexit. So it was a company that made the drive line connecting the engine with the wheels. Parts came from UK, France, Spain, Italy, Germany. They crossed borders many times. Eventually ended up in a drivetrain made in Birmingham, which could go to BMW, which they could come back then into a Mini assembled in Oxford. We tracked some of the components. They crossed the channel maybe 6 times. That becomes quite difficult in the new world. And in that case, that company actually shut down and shifted production to Poland and also Italy. So we know that the TCA avoided a worst-case scenario of tariffs, but to qualify for no tariff status, you have to meet certain rules in terms of rules of origin. So all sorts of impacts on manufacturers. Firstly, customs declarations. Complying with customs rules, cost to the UK economy of about 15 billion a year. Lots of smaller firms really struggle to do that. Rules of origin rules. You only get 0% tariff if you can comply with the rules and you show you comply with the rules. If you can't show that, or it's too expensive to do so, you have to pay the tariff. And work from UK Trade Policy Institute last year was suggesting between 26 and 32% of exports which could have had a zero-rated tariff were actually paying the tariff. So some manufacturers face the reality of tariffs. We've got the border delays, particularly going through Dover and also the Channel Tunnel. The result of that is that firms are having to stockpile because they don't know when components are arriving. It could be a 2 days pile of stocks. It could be a 2 weeks. Either way, that costs money. It undermines the whole just-in-time model. We've talked a lot about regulations. I'll come back to that at the end. Some of the other sort of major issues around data protection. There is that data adequacy agreement until 2025. That raises issues for UK manufacturers beyond them because manufacturers share a lot of data across borders. Now, if we decide that actually we'd like to relax some of that for certain reasons, let's say around, I don't know, testing of autonomous cars, to try and get more testing and development in the UK, the EU might take a dim view of that. And if they decide that our data adequacy support isn't good enough, that could open up a problem. Issues around state aid, workforce and skills, research and development, the preparedness of firms for all of this. And we've seen already about the impact on investment, big hit to investment in certain sectors like the automotive industry. I won't get onto Northern Ireland because simply I've struggled to understand it. We've heard a brilliant presentation about that already. Are there any benefits? So we're trying to be, look for possibilities. The government has maintained that regulatory divergence could bring benefits. Manufacturing on the industry on the whole don't see much merit in that. They've invested very heavily in the regulatory frameworks that exist. So they're not that happy on diverging. Also, our biggest market for exports is the EU. So UK manufacturers are going to have to comply with EU regulations anyway. They don't want very different regulations in the UK. That's extra cost. Control over labour flows is having an impact in certain sectors like manufacturing, even though we have a liberal migration regime. We do have free trade agreements, but they're largely rollover, and it hasn't really brought much benefit to the UK. The most recent one, I think, with Australia is going to add, what, is it 0.01% to GDP or something? The big deal that Liz trusted with Japan, where she emphasised the importance of cheese, value of cheese exports in 2019 was £100,000 to Japan. That's about the value of one upmarket Range Rover. We could potentially set up faster regulatory frameworks in things like driverless cars, but as I said, the manufacturing industry doesn't want too much divergence because it's extra cost. Could we, because of the trade barriers, bring back more manufacturing activity to the UK in terms of reshoring? Potentially. I think there is an opportunity there, but you'd need an industrial policy to push that along, and at the moment we don't have one. It was scrapped. And we haven't seen much more in the way of being able to attract more foreign direct investment to the UK in the wake of Brexit and the changes we've seen. So I think some of the sort of big regulatory issues for manufacturing coming out of the nature of the TCA, data and the ability to share data. The marking regime we've heard about already, the change from CE on products that in a European level meet health, safety, technical standards to a British UKCA regime. There's concerns about whether actually we've got enough labs to do the testing and whether it will be done in time for the deadline that's coming. Chemicals, big issue still. The UK is setting up its own regulatory agency, UK REACH, as against European REACH. Costs of that seem to be escalating because more and more chemicals are being brought within REACH, as it were. That's not to say that the European regime is perfect. It isn't. That needs to be reformed. It needs to be made quicker, more transparent, and easier to use. You might argue there is an opportunity for the UK there to do things better. If there is, we haven't yet seized that opportunity. Aerospace, big issues with the divergence from the shift away from being in the European Aviation Safety Agency. Big concerns about how quickly we can set up our own regulator. And again, deadlines on that keep getting pushed back. One final thing I just want to bring up really is what's called CBAM, which is a carbon border tax, carbon border adjustment mechanism, which the EU is bringing in. It's already brought it in, will start to apply from 2026. And essentially, what the EU is saying is it's put up the price of carbon. If you're importing something into the EU and you can't show you've paid a high price for carbon, you're going to pay a tax. Now, why is that a problem for us? The problem is the UK so far has not aligned its emissions trading system with the EU, and so therefore there's a potential risk of a double whammy for UK manufacturers. We have to pay for carbon here, and then they may have to pay a carbon tax when they export to the EU. So the government has got to make a decision about whether it aligns with the European system. If it doesn't, there's going to be an extra cost for manufacturers. A final point, which we forget, is that the UK government actually did a very good job of influencing European regulations when it came to manufacturing. Think about the car industry, the kind of flexible way regulation was imposed to generate small firms in the UK. The UK no longer has that influence. So car makers like Jaguar Land Rover, for example, have to look to the Slovakian government, where they have a plant, to then try to influence the EU. So we've lost that ability to influence regulation at the EU level, and as we heard earlier, those regulations were often copied around the world, such as in China. So there we go, there's my key point.
And now I turn to Sarah. I think it was writing a presentation while everybody else was speaking. I'm not quite sure, just adding, maybe updating it. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So I'm going to talk about transport, but with a particular focus on road haulage and logistics. And I think it's important in this sector to think about what regulation does. So regulation determines what is transported, where and how. And I think there's very good reason as to why we should be interested in this. You know, it matters in terms of what's on our roads, the safety of lorries, the number of hours that drivers have driven for. And I start with this because I think it's important to stress that logistics probably isn't a sector that was identified as potentially delivering a Brexit dividend. We didn't hear stories that the UK was going to be a global leader in logistics. So the regulatory changes that I'm talking about here are really born out of necessity because of the ways in which the UK left the regulatory authority of the EU following Brexit. In terms of a summary of what I'd like to convey, I think it's important to note that there remains considerable uncertainty around the regulatory environment that hauliers are operating in. This is because regulation affects drivers, it affects the goods that are being transported, and it brushes up really critically with how the UK's new borders operate as well. So you've got three dimensions in play, arguably none of which have reached a final settlement. I think it's important to dig below what's happening at a UK level, and David touched on this, that some places are more affected by this than others. And finally, part of the reason why there remains uncertainty in the transport and logistics sectors is because I think it's a really good example of how Brexit has played out over other crises and other significant changes to the UK economy, particularly in the case of haulage. COVID hit very hard in terms of what was being transported, but also the availability of drivers. I'm sure you remember the so-called pingdemic, which was taking place about a year ago when driver availability dropped. So I think this is an important reminder that it's sometimes hard to tease apart impacts of changes that are down to Brexit regulatory changes, from impacts from COVID, from impacts from other economic changes. So road haulage might seem quite a mundane topic to be speaking about. It's actually vital in facilitating the national and international supply chains that our economy relies upon. Around 90% of goods are transported by land within Great Britain, and they're on the roads. And that rises to close to 99% for food and agricultural products and 98% for consumer products and machinery. And also haulage and logistics is an important economic activity in its own right. So latest estimates are that around 2.5 million people work in it, making it the UK's 5th largest employer, and it contributes over 124 billion to the UK economy. When the UK was an EU member state, the UK was integrated into the European Economic Area in a regulatory sense. So who drove on the roads was authorised through road haulage licences, which were recognised across all member states. And unsurprisingly, the UK built an infrastructure around that market access, and that was really critical to the development of kind of roll-on, roll-off port traffic and the fast supply chains that David discussed. As I've kind of intimated, this regulatory arrangement changed significantly following the departure both from the single market and the customs union. So the TCA doesn't replicate the conditions that road hauliers had when the UK was a member of the EU, but the worst case scenario was avoided in that drivers don't require permits. So UK operators can operate in the single market with some exceptions. So they're using their UK driver licence. In the run-up to Brexit, there was some real concern about the availability of permits. However, there have been other big changes on haulier business models, particularly in terms of something called cabotage. So this refers to the right of a haulier based in one country, say the UK, to make drop-offs in another country, and that was highly liberalised when the UK was a member state. It's become much more restrictive now, and this basically means that hauliers have to plan their routes much more carefully to avoid travelling with empty lorries, and the planning reduces earning opportunities and also adds quite significant costs to businesses. This has made, in many ways, the UK a less attractive haulage market. So figures from the ONS show that there's the start of evidence of haulage firms locating part of their business that's at least into the EU. So that's in terms of where drivers can drive. A second regulatory change is who is actually available to drive. And this is where COVID comes into the picture quite significantly. So ONS figures show that there were 30% fewer EU nationals working in haulage in June 2021 compared to June 2017 before COVID. And the reasons for that are complex. We've also seen a 15% decline in UK nationals working in haulage. And part of that is a reflection of the labour market before Brexit in the haulage sector. The average age of a driver was quite close to retirement, so I think some of the kind of great resignation is playing out in this sector. So that's drivers and lorries. The haulage then has to cross the border, and this is where significant regulatory changes have impacted the industry. So what crosses the border is now a cross-departmental regulatory assemblage, really. It involves the Cabinet Office, Revenue and Customs, DEFRA, the Home Office and the Department for Transport. Border checks have been introduced between GB and the EU, and they vary depending on the goods being transported, where they cross the border and who is transporting them. And the TCA doesn't liberalise these checks significantly beyond what would have occurred under a no-deal Brexit. And so hauliers and their customers now need to deal with additional costs and border requirements than was the case when the UK was a member state. And this was picked up by the Public Accounts Committee in 2021, who argued that the new, and I'm quoting, the new controls in place over the movement of goods from the UK to the EU have created additional costs for businesses and affected international trade flows. One of the most material impacts of this is the impact on what used to be a fast so-called land bridge. This land bridge was a short sea cross, or is a short sea crossing between Dublin and Holyhead in Wales. They used to drive across from Ireland to Britain and then take another ferry through to mainland Europe. There's some really interesting maps, I'm a geographer so I love maps, showing that many hauliers have kind of diverted away from this route over fears of additional delays and costs associated with customs. And we've also got some quite interesting figures showing changing routes between different ports in Ireland, the Republic of Ireland and British ports. We've seen some trade diversion away from channel ports in the UK to ports further north, so for goods being shipped directly into Northern Ireland, and this relates closely to the operation of a protocol that we heard about this morning. I think it's important to note that changes at the border don't just come from the UK. There are further regulatory changes in train from the EU, the most significant of which is the EU's Smart Borders programme, which is going to introduce a new entry-exit system and a European travel information and authorisation system for all visitors to the EU from third countries. This will use biometrics rather than passport stamping and is likely to affect haulier movement across the border. I think it's important to stress that essentially the creation of a new border infrastructure, which is what has happened for haulage between Great Britain and the EU, is a huge administrative and regulatory task. The UK government is planning to manage this through its border strategy for 2025, which it aims, and I quote, to create the world's most effective border by that date, through the management of custom checks and quite a significant use of technology to manage checks at the border. I think there are concerns that recent attempts to use big tech to solve administrative problems have not always run smoothly in the UK. To try and manage some of this uncertainty, the UK government has delayed the implementation of some checks at the border, but this has created some tensions between the government and the haulage sector. And I think this is a critical point around the value of regulatory certainty for businesses. So in haulage in particular, there's been a significant degree of regulatory uncertainty, and firms planning for one scenario, that scenario either not happening or being delayed, and then being, needing to plan for a subsequent change. And I therefore suggest that as this regulatory border is developed in the future, there's a real need for enhanced partnership between UK, EU authorities, but also with businesses in order to provide clarity over what the future border infrastructures look like and the regulatory and expectations of businesses as they try and work with that. I'll leave it there.
Just under 6 minutes for a discussion with the audience. Questions? Yusuf, fine, thank you very much. Joe, this gentleman here with a yellow jumper that you can't see from behind, but never mind, I can see it. Here, Joe, there you go. Yusuf.
Thank you, Peter Hurst. I was wondering whether you knew, I think it's David, whether there's any regulatory divergence between the EU and the UK regarding solar panels, wind turbines and heat pumps. There are regulations, presumably, and...
Yeah, and they were similar, obviously, while we were in the EU. I don't know how they've divulged since, but I will go away and find out for you.
That's very good. Any more questions from the audience? I have loads of questions, but I always hold back. Well, let me then jump in as the moderator, and I've got a question for each of you, so prepare yourselves. If you, Carmen, as you know much better than I do, it is often claimed that the agricultural sector is one of the maybe potentially good news stories about Brexit, in the sense that, to be very caricatural, one can dispense with this heinous, wasteful common agriculture policy imposed on us by Brussels in the UK, and have our own tailor-made, much more eco-friendly and efficient agricultural policy. Do you agree with that kind of rather virtuous description of what the future holds for UK agriculture?
Thank you for the question. Sorry, can you hear me? Thank you for the question. Yeah, interesting question. Good news about agriculture. Probably if we ask farmers, I don't think that would be any good at all. Indeed, there is a lot of pressure on bringing a lot of measures related to the environment, but in my opinion, as an economist, I do think that we need to think in terms of balance. Thinking what's going on for the moment in the world and what will happen in the medium and long term, I do think that food and fiber will still be important. And if you remember, people who may remember the initial design of the agriculture bill of 2020, it was actually all about the environment, and that was, in my opinion, because the environmentalist lobbyists, the voice of the environmentalists was the one which was heard most. But then, when the bill went back to the parliament, then it was brought. There were additions in which to the act, and which tried to balance the discussion between the environment and food. But maybe I should ask the audience what the audience thinks. Should we actually have a balance between the environment, animal welfare, and all the other things which we think, but what about food? I don't know if I'm answering your answer.
Fortunately, this afternoon. For you, David, I'll be very frank, this is more like a comment trying to tend to be a question, but let me try anyway. One of the things you mentioned in your presentation was about UK influence on rule setting and regulation in Brussels. And of course, as we all know, we still have to be aware of EU rules if you want to export to the single market. Obviously, Northern Ireland, obviously within the single market for goods. I was speaking recently to a senior official in the European Commission, and as you all know in the room, I'm sure, many UK sectors, both vertical and horizontal, belong to their European counterpart. They have not been thrown out on the back of Brexit. So Tech UK is part of Digital Europe and so on, and CBI is part of Business Europe. And one would think, therefore, but they have a kind of demoted role. They're not allowed to have top position. But this gentleman from the Commission was telling me he was rather annoyed by the success of these British groups, because when they were receiving submissions from these ostensible European trade associations, they said, well, that's just you're just pushing the UK line, which is a kind of a backhanded compliment. Do you have any comment to that?
Yes, it's a very good point, isn't it? We kind of used to blame Europe for everything regulatory. It sounds like the other way around now, isn't it? So those pesky Brits getting involved again. I think it is a valid point that British business organisations are engaged in a massive effort to collaborate with European ones. And not just them, trade unions as well. So one thing after Brexit that several trade unions like Unite did was that they fought to retain a position within European Works Councils. So that's a really important information flow between workers and trade unions. And I think that is also of benefit in trying to shape future European regulation.
And a final question for you, Sarah. I know you didn't want to give this impression when you were talking, when people talk about transport and people listen to presentations on transport, we tend to think about transport of goods, right? But having recently done a podcast with a musician, Howard Goodall, and who reminded me that musicians these days and other performing artists make their living through live performance because of streaming and so on and so on, the huge impact of these cabotage rules in particular, not to mention the carnet. So could you maybe, 35 seconds or so, tell us the impact of transport restrictions on the performing artists sector?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right to draw attention to that sector, and I think there's two elements to that. So one is the goods that performing artists need to travel, equipment. I'm not a travelling artist, so I'm struggling to think of what that would be like. Speakers, cellos, etc. So there's a carnet system in place, but there were concerns around customs checks on those. I think this is, in a similar way, actually, to David was drawing attention to small businesses. I think this was a particular concern to kind of one-person travelling artists who perhaps don't have the same infrastructural support as a larger professional organisation. And then the second area is around the movement of people and the kind of 90 days within the EU for Brits. I think there's plans that would be automated eventually, but that again would mean additional planning for artists. That, at one level, that perhaps doesn't sound that significant. It's hugely significant for a sector that's recovering from a complete lack of live performance following COVID. So I think it's a really good example of where those two challenges are brushing up on an important sector.
Thank you. We have to leave it there. We've run out of time. Please give a round of applause to our wonderful panel.
Yeah. Right. So should we? I'll start with, yeah, we are, but yeah, stick down. Right. I suggest we start. Well, it's my great pleasure to introduce a fantastic panel on, competition policy, financial services, and digital regulation. We have Andreas Stefan. Is that the correct pronunciation? I don't.
Actually German. By historical coincidence, it's a German-sounding name.
Sorry, Andreas. So, Professor of Competition Law at the University of East Anglia. Amelia Fletcher, Professor of Competition Policy at the University of East Anglia. And Scott James, Reader in Political Economy at King's College, London. Without further ado, Andreas.
Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. So, if I can get this to move on. Aha, here we go. Okay. So I'm going to begin just with a little explanation of what competition policy includes, because it may not be an area of policy that you're all familiar with. Essentially, it consists of 4 pillars. The prohibition of cartels, when businesses come together and secretly agree to raise prices and rip everyone off. The prohibition of abuse of dominance, so that's when very powerful companies exert their market power to pretty much act like a monopolist and to stop new competitors from entering. The regulation of mergers, so whenever 2 companies merge or one acquires the other, one of the regulatory hurdles they have to clear is the question of whether the merger would significantly reduce competition in the market. And the 4th one is subsidy control, which in EU law is known as state aid. So that is essentially something that exists also in the WTO in relation to goods. The idea is that government should be stopped from subsidizing companies, which might spark a subsidy war where they keep pumping lots of money into the companies, which is very wasteful. So if you think about Boeing and Airbus as an example of where subsidies have been used in the past. Now, the relationship between the UK and the EU in terms of competition law changed fundamentally at the end of the transition period, but actually we already had our own competition law regime. So until the 31st of December 2020, the European Commission would deal with cartels, abuse of dominance and merger cases that affected more than one member state, or affected trade between member states more exactly, on behalf of the UK and on behalf of all the member states. And the Competition and Markets Authority would apply the domestic regime to those cartels, dominance and merger cases that were concentrated in the UK and didn't affect trade between member states. Now, what's changed since the 31st of December 2020 is that the UK's previously domestic system has suddenly become an international system, and the 2 regimes apply alongside each other for businesses that trade both in the UK and in the EU. So, thinking back to Catherine Barnard's talk earlier on, UK competition law is not retained law. There are aspects of it that are retained, but there has always been a separate regime there since the Competition Act 1998 and Enterprise Act 2002. Now, what I'm going to do is just show you a little timeline of what has changed since the 31st of December. And some of this actually draws on things that have been talked about already today. So the first thing is competition law. So in June 2021, the government actually undertook a review of the UK's competition system, and they decided to largely leave it alone. Now, although the UK system before the end of the transition period mirrored that of the EU, we had to apply our domestic laws in a way that was compatible with EU law, and we followed EU law precedent. Actually, there's a remarkable amount of international convergence and harmonisation of these rules. So even if you were to have a blank piece of paper to design a merger regulation, what you would come up with would be very similar to what we've inherited from the EU anyway. So the government decided to leave it unchanged. What's been more crucial is case law, because a lot of these areas of regulation don't evolve through static changes in statute. They evolve in the way in which those rules are applied through cases. So you need cases in order for the law to evolve, and case law obviously sets precedent. And what we've seen is no developments, or very few developments, in UK case law, because there haven't been any or many cases, but after the 31st of December, EU case law carried on evolving. And this is something that's really crucial in competition law, because the Competition and Markets Authority and the Competition Appeals Tribunal, who review their decisions, before Brexit, but still look back at EU decisions from the 1970s and 1980s, because it's such a technical subject with so many different questions of law that you have to look really far back in the case law to get an answer sometimes. So in November 2021, the General Court confirmed the Commission's decision in Google Shopping, which actually arguably creates a whole new category of abuse of dominance that is prohibited under the dominance laws. And that doesn't apply to us because it happened after the transition period. There we go. Now, one other interesting aspect of a lot of the retained rules that we have is some of them actually have expiration dates. Okay, so they have a limited shelf life. So if we do nothing, they will have to be reviewed at some point. We will have to decide whether to keep them as they are and re-adopt them or adopt something different. And that's exactly what happened in relation to the vertical block exemption. So every month there are tens of thousands of agreements between manufacturers and distributors, wholesalers and retailers. These are what are known as vertical agreements. And they require legal certainty in competition law in terms of what is allowed and what isn't. So when the transition period ended, the UK adopted the EU vertical block exemption as retained law. And when it expired in this year, the European Commission adopted a new block exemption, and we adopted our own new block exemption. And while the two of them largely follow the same approach, there are differences. So already we're seeing a divergence naturally through EU laws actually expiring after the end of the transition period. Now, one thing that Amelia is going to talk about, and I don't want to say too much to not overlap with her talk, is regulating big tech. So one of the big things that was on the table in competition policy when the Brexit transition period ended was dealing with what are known as gatekeepers. So these big tech companies like Google and Amazon, who enjoy so much power in the market that arguably their behavior should be regulated in ways where the traditional tools of competition policy are unable to deal with. Now, the European Union has adopted the Digital Markets Act, which creates a series of new powers for the European Commission to deal with these gatekeepers. And we were actually a bit ahead of the game. So the Competition and Markets Authority, back in April 2021, set up the Digital Markets Unit. But unfortunately, we've fallen behind because of the political instability in the UK. The legislation to give the Competition and Markets Authority statutory powers for this unit actually is still pending. It was in the Queen's speech in May, but we still don't know exactly what those powers will be. So both in case law and in terms of regulation, the EU is already going in a different direction and is already ahead of us in some respect. Now we have the Internal Market Act, which I won't say much about because Michael Keating gave an excellent talk about that this morning. But the Competition and Markets Authority have an advisory role there, so that where the devolved governments want to change regulation, there's a question of whether it has a distortive effect on competition and trade between the four nations, very similar to the question of distortions between member states in an EU law context. And then finally, we have the subsidy control system. So interestingly, there is a subsidy control provision in the TCA, which is far more far-reaching than the competition provisions. And it's an example of how the TCA constrains what the UK can do in the way that Catherine described. Because not only is it very prescriptive, but it reflects almost exactly the principles of Article 107 of the Treaty of the Functioning for the European Union and the European Commission's guidance. So what we have there is the UK being bound by EU law, but it's not called EU law, it's part of a trade agreement, so somehow it's more palatable politically. Now, that's not to say that the UK system of subsidy control, which is coming into effect in January, is the same as that of the EU's. There's been a real effort to make it more flexible, in particular by making it a self-assessed process. So there is no requirement of notifying subsidies. Public authorities have the power to self-assess whether a subsidy is compatible. But if it's a subsidy of a certain category or a certain size, they are obliged to seek advice from the Competition and Markets Authority, who, as well as everything else I've described, also have to have a panel to advise on subsidy control. And this is where we come to the biggest challenge of all, which is an institutional one that so much rests on the shoulders of the CMA. So they've got to upscale merger regulation and competition law enforcement. Before Brexit, they completed far fewer cases than the European Commission. So it's going to be a struggle just to keep up with those international cases that the European Commission continues to complete. We've got the Digital Markets Unit, will have new powers. The Competition and Markets Authority did get a big increase in resources and their staffing as a result of Brexit to reflect these extra responsibilities. But those resources are finite. And what's been noted in both a recent National Audit Office report, but also a Commons Committee report on regulation after EU exit that was published a couple of weeks ago, is they're really struggling with recruitment and building up capacity. And that's not just to do with Brexit. The CMA always had that problem because they're based in London, the pay's not that great, people don't hang around very long because they want to go into consultancy and private practice. And it's been obviously compounded by Brexit because I think something like 30% of the CMA staff must be EU nationals who now have more, I mean, I'm sure they can get a visa to work for the CMA, but they might be put off it because of Brexit and the administrative burden of going through that visa process. So there's a real problem with capacity building. Then on top of that, we have this advisory role in the new subsidy control regime and trying to make the most of the flexibility that brings, but overshadowed at all times by the Northern Ireland Protocol and the fact that, you know, a subsidy that is granted and targeted to England, if, say, it was to benefit a financial organisation that lends money to companies in Northern Ireland who trade with the European Union, then arguably you're not just dealing with a UK subsidy issue, you're dealing with an EU state aid issue that requires notification to the European Commission. And then, of course, we have the Office for the Internal Market. Now, their role, as I mentioned earlier on, is primarily, is exclusively an economics one, looking at the economic impact of a change in regulation. But marrying that up with the political imperatives of devolution and the fact that the borders of the three devolved countries do not align very neatly with markets. Michael this morning talked about how, you know, the English economy is much bigger, the fact that standards set in England may result in gold plating because companies in Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland don't want to lose out on trade. But nevertheless, the CMA has a role, advisory role here as well. And the final one is that when we were members of the European Union, the CMA was part of what was known as the European Competition Network, which was an informal network of national competition authorities and the European Commission, which facilitated the free flow of all sorts of commercial information, which helped facilitate merger cases and antitrust investigations. That has fallen away, and although the CMA has very good informal relationships with the Commission and all these national authorities, one other thing that was picked up upon with this Commons Committee report a couple of weeks ago was that actually setting up formal bilateral relations with these authorities has proven a lot more problematic and a lot more challenging than at first thought. Okay, and the final point, the danger of all of this is that the CMA is overstretched and the resources that are left over for competition go on merger control because that's the vast majority of the cases that come in, and obviously you have to clear mergers in a timely manner because companies rely on that to freely contract with each other. So what we could see is a period of weak enforcement, which obviously is bad for consumers and bad for the UK economy. But the other problem is it's going to be a while before we see any cases. So if the bill that Catherine talked about earlier on takes away all that case law, the danger is we're left with a vacuum of legal uncertainty. And I expect what the courts will do and what the Competition Appeals Tribunal will do is they will adopt the mischief and the reasoning of EU jurisprudence, but perhaps not be very explicit in the fact they're following previous EU law. but there is scope for considerable uncertainty. And the irony is that in 5-10 years' time, our competition policy could still be that snapshot of what the EU policy was on the 31st of December 2020. Meanwhile, EU policy has continued to develop in all the ways that I've described. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Yes, Scott.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to put my clock on so I keep to time. So I'll spare you any PowerPoint slides. I just want to give you a sort of overview of the situation with respect to financial services. So before I came out this afternoon, I quickly Googled Big Bang 2.0, which some of you are probably familiar with this concept, this idea of what's going to happen to the city, or the sort of post-Brexit opportunities that are supposedly available to the city. Look at the origins of this concept. If you look at the Financial Times, the first mention I could find was January 2021 by Rishi Sunak, whatever happened to him. So the origins of this kind of go back 18 months or so. I want to argue that the framing of the city's post-Brexit opportunities is deeply problematic. It was problematic then to frame it in this way and to build expectations in this way, and it's just as problematic now. So I'm going to do two things. One is to just briefly summarise the current state of play with respect to the city financial services, just summarise what basically happened as a result of Brexit and where the city kind of is now. Secondly, the changes to the financial regulatory framework, which the government launched in 2019, and the politics of that are really fascinating within Parliament and within government. And thirdly, why we've not seen much progress to date with respect to regulatory divergence. A lot of ministerial noise and rhetoric and framing around Big Bang 2 and divergence, but we've seen very little. And there's various structural obstacles which I'll summarise. So firstly, with respect to Brexit, I think the first critical thing to note is there's essentially no deal for finance in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. So finance was kind of left in this limbo situation, essentially because, to summarise, the UK wanted a special deal for the city and the EU wasn't willing to grant them one. The UK government, under various iterations, wanted what was known as a mutual recognition deal, whereby in effect, UK financial services firms would be granted the same access, the same privileged rights to the EU single market without any of the accompanying obligations, but clearly the EU and the Commission wasn't willing to grant that. The main loss, therefore, for city-based firms is the lucrative passporting rights. So again, the idea that UK firms can simply passport and access the EU single market based on home country rules. As a result of those loss of passporting rights, the UK firms have to rely on what are known as pre-existing third country equivalence provisions. So the EU Commission has to designate UK financial regulation as equivalent to EU rules in order for UK financial firms to be able to access the single market. The problem, in a sense, or the more important problem in a sense, is that the EU hasn't shown a great deal of willingness or enthusiasm to grant or extend those equivalence provisions to new areas of financial services. So far, we've really only seen equivalence granted in the area of euro-denominated clearing, and that very much reflects the reliance on EU-based banks on London for clearing euro-dominated products, securities. And in large swathes of financial regulation, equivalence provisions to date are still largely partial or non-existent. So deposit-taking, lending, direct insurance, investment services, investment funds, payment services. There's really no pre-existing equivalence provisions. This is deeply problematic for the UK anyway to rely on these provisions. So in a sense, UK firms have to rely on EU authorisation and compliance with national regimes. As a kind of caveat to that, so this sounds completely disastrous, but I think the remarkable thing in one sense is this hasn't been a disaster for the city. The city has demonstrated quite creative ways of getting around some of these regulatory barriers. And we've not seen the sort of cliff edge scenario in terms of jobs or capital shifting to the EU. What we're seeing is a sort of slow drift or a slow puncture in terms of job losses. It's very difficult to quantify the impact of Brexit overall, and if you kind of Google this, you'll find lots of different calculations. But what's clear is we've not seen that sort of big cliff edge, which some people were kind of talking about at the time. So that's the kind of state of play where we are. In response to that, the UK launched its regulatory review, financial regulatory review in 2019, which ran for 2 years, which was looking at and thinking about how financial regulation should be made in a UK context post-Brexit. There's a recognition or confirmation as part of that review process that financial regulators, UK financial regulators, would gain sweeping new rule-making powers as a result of all that EU retained legislation coming back in the form of UK legislation. So regulators are what are viewed as actually quite significantly empowered by this process. So attached to those new rule-making powers with a whole set of accountability mechanisms, things like statutory requirements for financial regulators to respond to Treasury recommendations, the power for the Treasury to require regulators to review their rules in the public interest. I'll unpack some of those things in a second. What was really important and really significant is the fact that financial regulators, the Bank of England, PRA, FCA, were given a new secondary objective for economic growth and competitiveness. So this was something that was taken away from financial regulators in the wake of the financial crisis. So we're kind of returning to a pre-crisis situation in that sense. But crucially as a secondary objective, not as a primary objective. So it's something they're supposed to take into account when they're pursuing their primary objective, which is still maintaining financial stability. Nonetheless, this has been quite an interesting change, and it's interesting as a signalling mechanism, if nothing else. Nonetheless, the financial industry was quite alarmed by the extent of these new rule-making powers, and they talked about regulatory overreach, the fact that UK financial regulators were going to be a sort of international outlier in terms of the powers they were going to have. And there were two changes introduced in response to that. One was a dedicated Treasury Select Committee, subcommittee specifically on financial services regulation, which was quite quickly adopted by the government earlier this year. And secondly, and much more controversially, a ministerial call-in power, which gives the government, gives the Treasury, quote, the power to direct, amend or revoke decisions by financial regulators when it's in when there's a significant public interest to do so. So these call-in powers are very, very interesting. Naturally, regulators, the Bank of England aren't very happy about this. I mean, Andrew Bailey, John Cunliffe are on record as being quite critical, saying that this potentially compromises the central bank's independence, compromises the pursuit of financial stability. Those call-in powers were subsequently downgraded to what's known as rule review powers, so a slightly weaker mechanism whereby the Treasury can intervene in financial regulatory decisions. In the draft Financial Services and Markets Bill, which was published by Nadeem Zahawi over the summer, but then they were subsequently reinstated and strengthened by Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng in September. Okay, so they were re-strengthened and these call-in powers were reintroduced. And my hunch is these are likely to go through. The finer details of precisely how this works, whether Parliament has a say, whether these call-in powers have to be transparent and open, or whether it can be done in secret behind the scenes, which is what really concerns regulators. Those details still have to be worked out in Parliament as the bill goes through the committee stage. But given that Rishi Sunak was the original architect of these powers, it's highly likely that they will come out the other side. Third and finally, the prospects for regulatory divergence. As you can kind of appreciate, there's sort of lack of progress on regulatory equivalence, and that the fallback position for the government in accepting there wasn't going to be a special deal for finance was what's known as enhanced equivalence. So what they were looking for was the EU to grant equivalence in all the existing areas of equivalence, and then to fill in all the gaps for financial services. But that hasn't happened. We've seen very little movement in terms of equivalence being granted. So what we've seen is a sort of ramping up, rather, a ratcheting up by ministers and government, pushing a sort of deregulatory agenda under Rishi Sunak and then obviously under Truss and Kwarteng. The government's post-Brexit strategy for financial services, published in July 2021, has lots of warm words about building closer financial relationships with China, India, Brazil, Singapore, equivalence decisions for EEA states, and interestingly, a mutual recognition agreement with Switzerland, which seems to be something in particular that ministers and industry is quite keen on pushing. And then lots of stuff about positioning the UK as a world leader in green finance and crypto and fintech and all those sorts of things. And rhetorically, at least, framing this in terms of Big Bang 2, which I say is problematic. To date, though, the extent of deregulation is very modest. What we've seen is lots and lots of regulatory reviews in different areas of financial services, like capital markets, investment funds, insurance, particularly, the listings regime. But this is all about sort of tweaking and tailoring is the particular concept they use, tailoring EU rules or retained EU rules to suit the UK's supposed post-Brexit situation. So no bonfire of regulation, just a sort of tweaking of existing regulatory standards. Solvency II is probably the most significant. This is certainly the one that previous governments have kind of pushed on. Sunak, Zahawi and Kwarteng were kind of pushing Solvency II as the sort of flagship example of Big Bang 2 and this potential to unlock investment for infrastructure spending. But this has proven much more complicated and much more arduous than I think they were anticipating. I want to finish by saying that there's three reasons for this lack of progress so far. And this is based on lots of research I've been doing and speaking to people in the city and to regulators themselves. One is that regulators themselves are understandably sceptical of the need for regulatory divergence in the first place. In very important respects, particularly with respect to prudential regulation of large financial institutions, notably banks, financial regulators since 2010, UK financial regulators, have gone beyond global and EU standards, okay, in terms of capital requirements, resolution requirements. So it's not simply a case that it's about rolling back from where the EU already is. It's a case that the UK is already in some respects beyond where old EU regulation was. And they clearly have very little incentive to roll back those things. And regulators aren't keen on deregulation for the sake of deregulation or divergence. Secondly, and somewhat more interesting, is the fact that the financial industry itself isn't unified on the desirability of deregulation. Broadly speaking, and it is a simplification, but broadly speaking, the bigger, the more global-oriented firms, the big investment funds, particularly the big banks, are much more interested in continuity. And you read the kind of outputs from the City UK and UK Finance, they talk a lot about continuity and stability, and that being more important, again, than deregulation or divergence for the sake of doing so. Whereas smaller firms, smaller hedge funds, private equity, and other domestic-focused financial services firms are more enthusiastic about the idea of some of the EU regulatory burden being rolled back. But there's no unified sense of what they want. Third is capacity constraints. I think there are serious capacity constraints in the Treasury and within Parliament about reviewing a lot of this legislation, changing this legislation, working out what would be desirable in terms of deregulation, and then actually getting this through logistically through Parliament in any reasonable timescale. There are serious constraints, capacity constraints in terms of doing that. And also within financial regulators themselves. The FCA is quite understaffed and is going through a lot of overhaul at the moment. So the city's in this odd sort of state of limbo, whereby there are these structural obstacles to divergence. At the same time, there's very little incentive for there to be a comprehensive deal with the EU. There's really no prospect that there's going to be any comprehensive deal with the EU in terms of finance anytime soon. And interestingly, the financial sector itself isn't particularly keen on a comprehensive deal in finance, precisely because as soon as financial services enters any comprehensive trade agreement, it becomes horribly politicized. And where financial services seem to have kind of rolled back to is that they much prefer the idea of regulatory deference. Okay, so establishing global standards and then they in a sense becoming the de facto standards that they trade with the EU on the basis of. two very quick concluding points, which is why divergence may take place nonetheless in ways which are outside the direct control of the Treasury and Westminster anyway. One is that it's just as likely, if not more so, that EU rules will diverge from current UK practice anyway. And we've certainly seen this in the area of crypto and fintech regulation. The EU's developed a very comprehensive framework in the last couple of years for regulating digital finance, and the UK is in some important respects behind the curve on that. So there's divergence in that sense. But secondly, we're also, I think, likely to see a greater push towards global standards, particularly in regulating shadow banking and again in digital finance as a result of COVID. We saw central bank intervention in financial markets, but as a result of COVID, it was more in the realm of shadow banking and asset management and hedge funds rather than the more conventional banking sector. So I think there's going to be more of a push for global standards in that area. And that, in a sense, provides a benchmark then against which the UK is expected to comply. So there's less scope then for divergence. So I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. And our last speaker, Amelia.
Thanks. So I should just start by a disclaimer, which is, you didn't mention, but I'm also on the board of the CMA. I'm absolutely not speaking for the CMA. I do broadly agree with everything that Andrea said, but that's very much my personal view. So I'm talking about digital regulation. Of course, the term digital pretty much applies to huge tracts of the economy at this point, as more and more of the economy is digitized. But my focus will be on kind of digital-specific regulation. And actually in that area, very little really changed on January 2021. What we had by way of digital regulation basically continued. Now, of course, some of that was through regulations becoming retained EU law. So, for example, the very sensible platform-to-business regulation, which sets out how digital platforms should treat their business users, is now retained EU law. As such, it is clearly now under threat. But as of January, it was still there quite happily. As of right now, it's still there quite happily. The biggest story, so that's a potential story that is coming at us, but the biggest story so far in digital has actually been not about changes that have happened in the UK, but changes that have occurred in the EU. Now, obviously, digital is very fast moving as a sector and also as a public policy issue, and the EU has been very good at keeping pace with those changes. So it's been moving very, very fast in this space with lots of new legislation since Brexit. I know it hasn't been long, but they've been very busy. Whereas the UK has been moving rather more slowly. So if we look first at the EU, in the 21 months since EU withdrawal, the EU has approved a raft of new digital legislation. In July this year, it approved the Digital Services Act, which focuses on content moderation to address online harms on platforms, digital platforms. And it also approved the Digital Markets Act, which Andreas mentioned, which is pro-competition regulation that is designed to ensure market contestability and fairness of treatment for business users for those digital services where the largest online gatekeeper platforms are active. And as Andreas said, that's basically the Amazons, Googles, Apples, Microsoft, Metas of this world. Both the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act are really major legislative initiatives that are expected to have really far-reaching effects on digital markets in the EU. They are also groundbreaking internationally and may have substantial de facto extraterritorial effect, and that's not just in the UK, that's globally, to the extent that global digital companies involved decide to introduce the required changes beyond the EU single internal market. And they are likely to in some areas and less likely to in other areas. It will essentially come down, A, to the economics of doing things in a fragmented way, and B, to the reputation losses of offering better deals in some sense in the EU to elsewhere. Also, because I said the EU has really not been lazy at all in the last little while, in June they also adopted the Data Governance Act, which provides a legal framework for data sharing. So the idea is that it will better enable the beneficial potential of data sharing by increasing trust in the process of data sharing, the kind of the associated legal framework within which it occurs. In addition to this, the EU is planning a new Artificial Intelligence Act, which is designed to reduce the risks associated with artificial intelligence and, again, to promote trust in that sector. And there's a set of proposed rules that will differ depending on risk. So there will be very strong rules and prohibitions for high-risk artificial intelligence, and this is across sectors. It's not sector-specific. But by contrast, for artificial intelligence that's considered low risk, the regulation requires only that individuals should be informed when they are interacting with artificial intelligence systems, unless it's obvious. So if you're talking to a bot and it's very clearly a bot, I don't think we need to be told. But I think if we're increasingly, it won't be so obvious to us, and this requires that we be told. The EU is also proposing a new Data Act, which, amongst other things, would open up access to data generated by connected devices such as cars, fridges, etc., to enable that data to be passed on to third parties, for example, for the better servicing of those devices. Finally, I wrote the digital chapter of the book that we're here to promote, but also the consumer chapter. And it's in the consumer chapter, but there have also been changes in EU consumer law. But the reason I raise them here is that they are to better address the issues arising for consumers, but in digital markets. So Directive 2019-2161 on the better enforcement and modernisation of consumer protection rules it has a whole series of things designed for digital markets, and it's been implemented across EU member states now, but not, obviously, the UK. So that's the EU. What's been happening in the UK, meanwhile? So the UK government has also been active in many of these areas, but where it's been broadly aligned in what it's been doing, it's just been slower. Whether this is capacity, as we were discussing before, or strategic slowness, I don't know, but it has been slower. And in some other areas, it's basically decided on a much more light-touch regulatory approach. That said, I have to say that even trying to keep track of what is happening in the UK hasn't been entirely straightforward over recent weeks. And my chapter, I have to admit, Hussein, is already out of date. I'm sorry about that. It was in date like 2 weeks ago. But anyway, in terms of what the UK is doing, being broadly aligned but slower, I would first point to the UK's online safety bill. That covers somewhat similar, well, largely similar ground to the EU Digital Services Act, albeit there are some differences, and I won't go into the details. And this is theoretically the most progressed of the UK legislation in this space. It was due to have its third reading in the House of Commons next Tuesday. That has now been put on hold, apparently so it can be reconsidered by the new PM. That said, Michelle Donnellan, who remains the Secretary of State at DCMS under Rishi Sunak, has said that she intends that bill will return to Parliament quickly. We don't know what tweaks will be made in the meantime, but at least it looks like it's coming down the tracks. Ofcom would become the online safety regulator. There's lots of things you could argue about in that regulation, like you could argue about things in the Digital Services Act, but broadly it's trying to do a good thing, in my view. In terms of the UK equivalent to the EU Digital Markets Act, so that's the pro-competition regulation of the very biggest gatekeepers, the UK was actually, as Andrea said, arguably first off the block on that. We had the Furman review that I was part of and recommended that this regulation be put in place. Nothing actual legislative has happened yet. Meanwhile, obviously, the EU has done it. But the government has committed in the last Queen's speech to preparing draft legislation to introduce the UK equivalent. And BEIS officials have been working away on it, even though we don't yet have a legislative slot. This legislation, it would be broadly the same in terms of the issues it's trying to address to the EU's Digital Markets Act. But again, the proposed regulatory approach does differ somewhat, and I'll come back to that very briefly at the end. But in terms of being who the regulator would be, there'd be a new digital markets unit, as Andreas mentioned, which would be located within the Competition and Markets Authority. So those are the things that we're doing broadly the same thing, but it's just going quite slow. There are other things where we're taking a much lighter regulatory approach to what's happening in the EU. So for artificial intelligence, the UK is proposing the adoption of what it refers to as an AI rulebook, which contains 6 overarching principles that regulators would then need to consider when they are regulating AI. So it really doesn't do much other than constrain regulators. As far as I can tell, it's really very lightweight. If we think the risks associated with AI are big, then arguably it's pretty minimalistic. For data portability, the UK is proposing to introduce new smart data provisions, which would give the government broad enabling powers to introduce smart data schemes. So this is where people can take their data and port it to third parties, like we have already in open banking. It could basically be done a lot more widely and in new areas. So this is actually doing something different to what the EU regulations are doing, but it has some similarities, and in particular it could have similar effects to the EU Data Act in terms of connected devices, if it was chosen to apply it to data from connected devices, but that's still all up in the air. Even more up in the air, though, in terms of both the UK AI rulebook and the smart data provisions, is that they are both part of a bill that is called the Data Protection and Digital Information Bill, which also introduces changes to the UK version of GDPR. And I'm not going to be talking about GDPR, but already you may be hearing alarm bells. That bill had started the legislative process, was scheduled to have its second reading on the 5th of September. On that date, the government said that following the election of Liz Truss, the second reading wouldn't take place as scheduled to allow ministers to consider the bill further. Since then, Michelle Donnellan has announced that she wishes to revisit the position on GDPR to take it further away from the EU original GDPR. So my guessing is that that bill is basically dead for the moment. Obviously, the bits I care about, I mean, I care about GDPR too, but the bits I care about for the purposes of this are the AI and smart data aspects, and I have no idea what this now means for them. I presume they get kept and attached to some other bill. Finally, on the consumer side, the UK government, actually it was at the same time as the competition review that Andreas mentioned, they also looked at consumer policy, and they have now announced plans to enhance consumer policy, partly again to address issues arising in digital markets. Again, they don't have a legislative slot as yet, but there's an intention. Some of the proposed changes, such as those around fake reviews online, would actually bring the UK regime back in line with the EU, following similar recent changes in the EU. Other changes, such as for something called subscription traps, which is where you sign up to something very, very easily online, and then it's very, very hard to get out of the subscription. Those proposals are UK specific, albeit they are very sensible. So in conclusion, I think we're looking at a situation in digital where there will certainly be regulatory divergence between the EU and the UK, but where this is primarily due to changes in the EU legislation since Brexit. As the UK gets its act together, some of that gap will be closed over time, but definitely not all of it. Moreover, even where we do expect the UK to introduce regulations, such as in our equivalent of the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act, those delays are arguably important, partly because the issues involved are important and the concerns for consumers, for businesses are ongoing, but also because these are areas, they're really, I said that they were kind of groundbreaking internationally, they are areas where jurisdictions around the world are watching the EU and the UK approaches and deciding what to do themselves. I think actually they might have taken the UK approach really very seriously. So for example, there's an argument on the, in terms of the Digital Markets Act versus the UK's pro-competition regulation, that the UK's proposals are more evidence-based, more proportionate, and more bespoke than the EU equivalent. And there's pros and cons of the two approaches. I'm not necessarily saying one is definitely better than the other. The UK decided to go down this particular route. I think jurisdictions around the world would have thought, okay, which of those do we want to adopt? I think there's now quite a serious risk that there's one that's on the statute books, and they will adopt the EU's approach. So I think we may well have lost that race already, but we'll see. If we can go very quickly, maybe we haven't lost it for good. So I think I should leave it there, but thank you.
Well, sorry, can you hear? Yeah, three very, very good presentations on rather technical areas. I'm going to take a few minutes. I know we've eaten well into our coffee break, which I'm sure we're all needing now, but any questions out there? I want to get, oh, gosh, there we go. So, shall I go? There's a person at the back, and then I'll take two. And there's a lady.
So, this question for Amelia. It's Alex Plant from Anglian Water. Amelia, you talked about the fact that, I'm talking about the Digital Markets Bill here, so the constraining of the power of large platforms, that bit of it. You talked about the fact that it's quite likely that if legislation comes in one part of the world, effectively those providers may kind of have to comply with it internationally, regardless of there being other or weaker regimes elsewhere, a bit like US car manufacturers abide by the higher Californian standards because it's impossible for the production line to move to do a lower thing elsewhere in the US. If that is true, and I wasn't sure whether you thought it absolutely was, is your point about the fact that the EU is on the statute book already mean that the race really is already lost because basically they'll adapt to that and that'll be it?
I want to take all the questions first. Okay. So, I mean, I think it really varies. I think what will happen is that the EU will kind of be the minimum set of rules, and I think that other places around the world will think about what they might add. So I think actually the biggest risk in this space is that the kind of regulatory rule book kind of grows like Topsy. But I think that the firms will therefore be probably trying to head that off to somewhat. So that's probably another factor in driving the firm decisions. If they can then say in the US, for example, where the US already is looking at regulation as well, look, we're going to apply the DMA in the EU. Please don't do any more to us. I think that might be seen quite credibly in the US. So I think they've got a lot of very interesting strategic decisions to make. I said I think it also does depend on the different areas. So there are things within the DMA which are very much about the pricing within the App Store, for example. That's something that they can tweak on almost on a regional basis. Certainly, they can do that in a very fragmented way. There are also rules around interoperability. Now, if you're designing your system and you're trying to think about how interoperable to make it, and if businesses are trying to design their systems to be interoperable with you on a global basis, those are areas where it really makes sense to at least give serious consideration to doing that on a global basis.
Over to me next. My name's Kate Mackay. I work for the Foreign Office, but more precisely for the UK mission to the EU in Brussels. I really recognise some of the things that Paul Adamson mentioned about trust in Brussels, and that we've got a bit of an upward struggle there, but there are lots of them. So spare a thought for those of us who have to explain some of this to Brussels stakeholders. Specifically, I lead on competition and industrial policy, so I've got questions for Andreas. Your slides mentioned the foreign subsidies instrument, but you didn't go into much detail, and I'm just so interested because it's an example of really quite a far-reaching tool and divergence on the part of the EU. So I'm interested in what you think about that, as what effect it might have on the UK, but also something that the UK might like to emanate. And also just very quickly on the UK regime, a few words would be very interested on where you think the strengths of the UK regime are as we kind of go into that implementation phase, and maybe what some of the blind spots are as well. Thank you.
Can I quickly, thanks very much. So, the legislation you're referring to gives the EU the power to look at subsidies awarded by non-EU countries that could affect trade between member states. I know it's really got international lawyers scratching their heads over whether it's even possible to do this. Of course, the companies, if they have a presence in Europe, the rules can be enforced that way. But I don't think it's a major issue for the UK because the subsidy control is set out in such detail in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. I think that would trump any possibility of the Foreign Subsidies Act being used against the UK, especially as the TCA also has mechanisms for dispute resolution if there's a difference of opinion. To answer your question, I think about the upside for competition. Someone earlier today mentioned that EU laws are a compromise, and that's right. You know, the precedents and the rules we have, some of them are very well designed. Some of them didn't please anyone at the time when they were adopted. So we do have the freedom in areas like competition to focus on what is best for UK consumers and UK businesses and UK markets. And I think that is one upside of it, especially as the Trade and Cooperation Agreement just says we have to have a competition policy. It's not prescriptive at all in terms of the boundaries and how it exactly applies. So that is an upside, I suppose.
Thank you, Peter Hurst. I was just interested while you were talking about whistleblowing policy. Is that included in these Digital Services Acts, and do we differ, or is there not a national, is it just up to individual companies? Or?
Andrea in the audience might know more about the Digital Services Act. The Digital Markets Act does have one really interesting provision, which is there's a whole set of rules that are really about the kind of behaviour that consumers that we might all worry about. And then there's one provision that I was really intrigued by at first, and it just said basically that firms should not be prevented by gatekeepers from going to the public authorities and complaining. And I was like, why do they need that provision? But it seems they did need that provision, and it's remained in there, and in fact it's been tightened up a bit. So I think it definitely does that. They wouldn't be whistleblowers, but at least I think what it does is it frees them from the non-disclosure agreements that are in place on them to talk to the public authorities.
Here in front, two. We'll take both of them, and then I'm going to turn to...
Hey, could I ask about global regulatory norms? Because the EU and the UK happen to sit in a global economy. You have international organisations which are regulating this. So I'm kind of wondering how much scope we really do have to be too divergent, but which is actually totally not the case in the digital space, where there are no global regulatory norms or space. So my question is, how much latitude do we really have given these global regulatory norms?
The gentleman just behind you. Thank you. We'll take...
I mean, specifically on data, I mean, all services trade virtually, and an awful lot of manufacturing trade involves transferring data to customers. I mean, if we're adopting a more light touch approach than the EU approach, which has had huge influence internationally, what does that mean sort of further down the track when we get to 2025 and the data equivalence comes up?
So I'll answer that one, and then just to... So the actual quote from Michelle Donnellan said she wanted to take us further away from the EU GDPR, but not threaten the data adequacy agreement. That's clearly a delicate thing to achieve, but that clearly is the intention. They definitely don't want to be losing the data adequacy agreement.
You're right. I mean, the irony is that the UK played a big role both in setting the EU policy and the ICN, the international standards of competition. But nevertheless, there is some flexibility. And to give you one example, one of the reasons why the UK's attempts to criminalise cartel conduct failed is if it was a big international case that the European Commission was looking into, that basically put our own criminal proceedings on ice because they were national competition law to sort of give way to the European Commission, which is purely a civil enforcement. So we have the freedom, I don't think the CMA has any appetite to do this, but we have the freedom, if we want to fully criminalise our antitrust laws and imprison the individuals responsible and not just fine companies who arguably treat these fines as a cost. There's a lot of evidence that they don't really have a deterrent effect, or at least the deterrent effect is ambiguous.
Yeah, maybe again, just on the global norms point, clearly, yeah, the more prescriptive global standards are in certain areas, the more that acts as an obstacle to subsequent regulatory divergence. I mean, in finance, that broadly speaking applies to banks and the sort of prudential regulation of banks, where absolutely there's very little scope for serious divergence. Regulators don't want it, industry doesn't particularly want it, and because the UK kind of is a chief architect of these post-crisis rules in the first place, there's even less reason for them to do that. In the area of shadow banking, or broadly speaking, shadow banking, non-banking financial intermediation, there's far more scope, and it's no coincidence that's precisely where the areas in which the UK is looking to diverge. But I think that is going to become more difficult because I think that's precisely the area in which global standard setters are going to look to strengthen regulation, because it's precisely that bit of the financial sector that blew up during COVID, and central banks had to step in with asset purchases to prop it up. So it's precisely that area, and particularly the Biden administration is very keen to sort of strengthen standards in that area. And then even more subtly, areas like cybersecurity, which again, there aren't any global standards, but the UK behind the scenes with the US actually plays a very prominent role in developing de facto global standards in that area, in effect through private standard setting methods, working out what should be the de facto standards. And again, that works against any serious deregulation or anything remotely resembling Big Bang 2.
Thank you very much. I think, unless there are any other questions, I think I'll bring the panel to a close. This session to a close. I want to thank you, all three of you, most warmly for having taken us through these crucial areas, shown us how much it is a challenge for our regulators going forward in terms of capacities, but that there may be some slight benefits. We shall see. Thank you very much. Thank you.
from the University of East Anglia, and I work for an organisation called Brexit and Environment. You can see the name up there. So there are several chapters in the volume that relate to environment, climate change, energy, and also chemicals. If you're interested in reading them, please have a look. What we thought we'd do in this final session, though, was to ask two people outside the project to sort of critically reflect on what we had produced and to give their own perspectives. Environment's really, really important, I think, politically important and also important for trade and also for regulation. So I'm delighted to announce two speakers. First of all, Mark Roberts on my left, on my far left, who's the CEO of one of these new bodies, Environment Standards Scotland, which has been created with the express purpose of undertaking some of the functions that used to be performed by the European Commission. And his background is generally in sort of governance, so he's worked in SEPA, the Scottish Environmental Protection Agency, and also in the Scottish Parliament. So Mark, please.
Thank you very much, Andy, and good afternoon or good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this afternoon's discussions. As Andy said, I'm Chief Executive of Environmental Standards Scotland, and just reflecting back on one of the things that was said by Matthew Holhouse at the start of today's session about the lack of regulatory innovation that has taken place. Well, I'd argue that ESS and our partner organisations in the other parts of the UK are actually illustrations of at least institutional innovation in that there are new bodies that have come into existence post-Brexit. What we've also heard about during the course of the afternoon is some illustrations of the scale and complexity and uncertainty that exists around the regulatory environment that we're all operating in, and that's a particularly acute case within the environmental sector that Maria and I are going to speak about, ideally speak quite quickly about. That complexity is made even more intense and more severe, as we heard from Michael Keating and Lisa Claire Whitten earlier on, about in the devolved setting, as where that interaction between UK policy and UK politics and devolved policy and devolved politics interact. I'm a public servant in the midst of all this complexity and uncertainty, trying to make sense of it all, and at the same time make sure that we fulfil our statutory functions, some of which are to replicate, as I'll come on to, the functions of the European Commission prior to Brexit. So I really want to talk about three main things this afternoon. I want to talk about ESS and how we, and I think critically, are quite unusual in our accountability to the Scottish Parliament. I want to talk about how our role is in some ways similar, but in some ways very different to that of our partner organisations in other parts of the United Kingdom, and also different to that of the European Commission. And while we're set up to try and replace some of the functions of the European Commission, we can't do it in exactly the same way, nor should we try to. And finally, and perhaps sort of reflecting back on both the report and the conversation this afternoon, I want to talk about how a lot of the changes that we've heard about at the UK level are going to impact on Scotland in a devolved context, and also changes within Scotland are also adding to that complexity as well. It's not just about what's happening at the UK level. And of course, there's also the question of what's happening in terms of the Scottish Government's commitment to maintain dynamic alignment and to keep pace with what's happening at the European level. So taking the first of those, the role of ESS in our relationship with the Scottish Parliament. Our role is to scrutinise, investigate and secure improvements with public authorities' compliance with environmental law. In addition, we have another role, which is to look at the effectiveness of environmental law and the way in which it's being implemented and applied within Scotland. That definition of public authorities spans the Scottish Government itself and its wide galaxy of public bodies, and Alex, I'm afraid, Scottish Water being publicly owned in Scotland, it applies to Scottish Water as well, and all 32 local authorities within Scotland. We can conduct investigations on our own initiative based on our analytical, our monitoring and our review work, or we can receive representations from individual members of the public, from organisations or communities who have concerns about how environmental law is being applied, or whether or not there are failures of compliance. Critically, we are independent of the Scottish Government. As I said, we are accountable to the Scottish Parliament, and we've been established very much with that in mind. And one of my priorities since I joined ESS in June has been to strengthen our relationships with the Scottish Parliament and with its committees to make that accountability as real as possible. So how do those mechanics work? ESS's work is overseen by a board whose appointment is approved by the Scottish Parliament. Our strategic plan has to be approved by the Scottish Parliament. We were at a parliamentary committee earlier this week giving evidence about our strategic plan and how we plan to conduct our work over the next 3 years earlier in the week. We very much hope the Scottish Parliament approves that over the next few weeks. When we use our enforcement powers, and I'll come to that in more detail, we have to lay our sort of reports and our findings in the Scottish Parliament. So that, again, builds on those existing accountability mechanisms. And we're also committed to updating the Scottish Parliament on our work on a regular basis. But the key point to stress here is we are very much independent of government. So we are scrutineers of what government is doing, and we can challenge the government. We've been challenged about the extent to which that independence is going to be real, given that our budget comes from the Scottish Government, and that's a fair challenge. However, our founding legislation contains within it provisions that require us to say to the Scottish Parliament on an annual basis whether or not we have sufficient resources to do our job. We can, as I said, we can receive representations from the public about environmental law, about environmental concerns. We are anticipating, as awareness of our role and our remit grows, we'll get more and more of those. So I think the demand for resources will therefore increases. At the moment, we're in a good place, but if that's not the case in the future, I'll have no qualms about saying so in the future. So turning to my second theme about kind of where we're similar and where we're different with other parts of the United Kingdom. I've stressed our independence as being very, very important, and that's one of the things that is probably the most important principle in which we operate. Unlike the Office of Environmental Protection that operates in England and Northern Ireland, we do not have a function to act as an advisor to the government. The OEP have both an enforcement role and also that kind of advisory role. I'm really, really glad that we only have the one role as an enforcer. I wouldn't wish to be in a position where we were also trying to advise government at the same time. And discussions over lunch were talking about the complexity of that and that challenge that provides to the OEP. We absolutely will contribute to discussions about future environmental policy, governance and law, but it's really important that we know where the line is drawn, where we don't get involved in talking about those particular areas. I joined ESS from Audit Scotland, the national audit body in Scotland, and that background has taught me you can absolutely engage, you can absolutely discuss, but you have to know where the line is, where you don't get involved in the final stages of policy development. Of course, the art is knowing where that line actually lies. Both us and the OEP have significant powers of enforcement, and some of these were set up to be really, really quite unusually stringent. We can issue improvement reports which require Scottish Government and public bodies to change things, and we have done that already with regards to air quality after an extended period of non-compliance regarding nitrogen dioxide. We can issue compliance notices to individual public bodies if we feel they are not complying with environmental law. And in extreme situations, we have the power to apply for judicial review. I very, very much hope that that is a very rare event, if not a never event, but that's something which we do have the power in which to do. That would obviously be a major undertaking for us, but it is within our powers to do. The situation in Wales is very, very different to elsewhere in the UK. Only interim measures have been put in place by the Welsh Government, and the interim environmental assessor for environmental protection in Wales does not have equivalent enforcement powers to the ones that we and the Office of Environmental Protection has. So those powers are only advisory. They cannot enforce anything. However, I understand that in response to a report from the Senedd during the course of the summer, Mark Drakeford, First Minister of Wales, has now said that during the course of the current parliamentary session, there is an intention to give the assessor statutory powers on a permanent basis. So we've got quite broad remit. We know from discussions this afternoon the scale of the challenge that there is, the scale of the change that is going on at both the EU, the UK, and the devolved levels. We're all fairly small organisations. Talk earlier on this afternoon about 400 civil servants was quite something. The OEP has about 80 members of staff. I currently have a team of 17, although I'm looking to increase that as we speak. And the interim assessor in Wales is supported by 2 members of staff. So given everything that we've heard during the course of the afternoon about what's going on, I think you'll appreciate that sort of the resource that we have available to us is quite limited. We came into existence to replace the functions of the European Commission following Brexit, but we're not the same as the Commission, and I don't think we could or should indeed strive to be so. I think the most important difference is, and this is starting to become manifest as we go about our business, is we're very much on the ground in Scotland. We're not in Brussels. We can be very, very responsive to things which are going on locally, and our ability to move quite rapidly, which I think we have already demonstrated in the 2 major pieces of work that we've done so far. And I think that causes some discomfort to the public authorities who were responsible for scrutinising. They've got used to, perhaps over the last 20-odd years since the Scotland Act in 1998, to what the Commission does and how it operated. And all of a sudden that has changed. And so there's been a bit of a kind of rapid shift in terms of sort of having to adapt to new organisations, new forms of scrutiny, and perhaps, and this is something we'll have to live up to, more immediate forms of scrutiny. I get that discomfort, I appreciate it, and I'm sure it's the same elsewhere in other parts of the UK, and we're working to try and alleviate some of that discomfort, but only alleviate it up to a point. We are, after all, a scrutiny and oversight body, and challenge is inherent to what we do. On the other hand, we're not the same as the Commission in terms of scale, as I've described. We don't have that breadth and depth of coverage that they do. And perhaps the other factor is we don't have the ability to issue fines, although maybe that will come with time. Finally, moving to my third point about the wider system of environmental governance and the themes of the report and the discussions we've had this afternoon. And this touches on much of what we've heard from Michael Keating and also from Catherine Barnard earlier on. The short story is there's a lot of moving parts. The original Scotland Act was relatively clear in that environmental protection was not one of the matters that was reserved to the UK Parliament. So at a strategic level, that was relatively straightforward. Both Brexit and everything that has happened since in terms of the relatively divergent politics at UK and Scottish and English levels have complicated matters immensely. As we've heard last year, and very much in contrast to the UK government, Scottish government's committed to maintaining dynamic alignment, keeping pace with European law wherever appropriate, and indeed, as Professor Keating said earlier, a power to make provision corresponding to EU law appeared in the very first section of the European Union, Withdrawal from the European Union Continuity Scotland Act 2021. Our strategic plan commits us to assessing whether Scotland is keeping pace with environmental legislation. As the report we've talked about today rightly says, we're grappling with how best to do that at the moment, and that's something which would have always been a component of our work. It would be impossible not to do so, but our board has asked us to strengthen and put more focus on doing that. So we are currently, grappling with that and working out how mechanistically we're going to be able to do that within the resource that we have available to us. We know that the scale of environmental legislation that is changing in Europe is really, really significant, and keeping track of that is a really big challenge, not least for an organisation where I can get all of my staff in a room significantly smaller than this. It's also worth noting at a Scottish level that the profile of environmental issues in Scotland changed significantly last year with the Butte House Agreement and the appointment of Green ministers for the first time to the Scottish Government. So there are now 2 Green ministers, Lorna Slater and Patrick Harvey, and that has genuinely shifted the importance and the priority that's been assigned to environmental issues within the government's programme. At a Scottish level, putting aside everything, and I'll come to this in a moment, that what's happening at the UK level, there are a number of pieces of Scottish legislation coming which will alter the government's arrangements yet further. We're anticipating in a couple of years' time a natural environment bill which will place statutory targets to reduce nature loss. We're anticipating a human rights bill that will enshrine a right to a healthy environment in all likelihood next year. And there is also consideration, and this is part of the thing that Green ministers are very keen on, a Future Generations Commissioner, which may look very akin to the role that is currently played by Sophie Howe in Wales. And we heard earlier about sort of future agriculture bills and the extent to which they will actually have significant environmental components to it. So purely at a devolved sense, purely a Scottish sense, there are significant changes coming. But as we've heard all afternoon, the wider UK context is really significant for us and poses major questions about devolution and environmental protection. And it's all a long way from that relative simplicity of the Scotland Act. We've heard about the environment in the Internal Market Act, the retained EU law bill, and how they may interact with devolved issues. There's also the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, which introduces the concept of environmental outcome reports, which the UK government would have to consult Scottish ministers about, but that question of consent, which has been there since 1999, would not be there. So that really sort of throws up potentially significant changes in terms of how the overall system of environmental governance in Scotland certainly is going to operate. Hypothetically, and all of this is hypothetically at the moment, it throws up some real interesting issues for us about whether we might be able to comment, or whether we should be able to comment, on the effectiveness of UK environmental law. I suspect what might happen is that we will enter into collaborations with our partners elsewhere in the UK to do that. And we have formally signed a memorandum of understanding with our partner organisations, which should enable us to do that if the need arises. And that will become a really, really complex and really challenging issue, both practically, legally, and certainly politically. So, Andy, I'm going to stop there to allow plenty of time for Maria as well, and also for questions, and also for all of us to make our way home. But thank you very much, and for your interest in ESS.
Thank you, Mark. While Maria is sorting out her slides, let me introduce her. So Maria is a professor of environmental law at UCL. She's done a lot of work on EU and also national law. And I think sort of uniquely, she's also a sort of very engaged academic. She's done a lot of work with policymakers as well. So she sat on the Royal Commission for Environmental Pollution for 2 years, and also has advised Greener UK, the very large cross-sectoral alliance of NGOs that was formed after the referendum result. So, Maria.
Thank you very much, Andy. What did Catherine say earlier about the lawyers always getting the graveyard slot? I'm impressed to see you all still here and looking so alert, so I will do my best to be quite swift. First of all, on the report, I mean, it's such a useful and necessary piece of work, so thank you, and thank you to all the people who contributed to that. I'm actually going to talk about something that isn't in the report particularly as a focus. I think one of our key challenges since Brexit is in processes and procedures in the environmental arena. The EU system relies really heavily on legally protected processes and procedures in environmental law, and these are very much up for grabs now. I will touch on these 3 pieces of legislation, and I'm focusing on these 2 pieces of what are currently retained EU law. They're both really important if you care about the environment, and they are very vulnerable. The habitats regulations have always been unpopular with certain developers and with certain parts of government. Environmental assessment is, I think, a more recent target, but both of these pieces of legislation require information to be gathered, they require that information to be published, and they require that environmental information to be taken into account in decision making. Legal protection of processes around the environment. Environmental assessment, in addition, requires the public to be given an opportunity to comment. So ordinary people and environmental groups can speak to power through these protected rights. Habitats regulations, additionally, impose substantive conditions on particularly damaging developments. These bits of legislation are, I think, emblematic of a broader rejection of previously either legally mandatory or just taken for granted process requirements. So the role of procedures and processes in an EU of 27 has a different complexion from in the UK. It's all about peer scrutiny and keeping an eye on each other. But even in the UK, this legal protection of process remains important. It contributes to credible commitment in environmental law. It contributes to the considered and the accountable use of evidence. And it sustains a space for environmental groups and broader publics to speak to power. And the point of having these procedures in law is that even when they're really inconvenient, you have to do them anyway. And that's the point. So the fact that people don't like them when they want to get on in a hurry, that's the point. You protect these procedures because they are part of our values and you need them whether or not they're convenient. From an environmental perspective, making environmental ambition, call them environmental targets, call them environmental outcomes, from the question earlier, making environmental ambition a meaningful element of routine decision making is one of the very most difficult challenges of environmental protection. Having regard to taking account of policies and certain sorts of evidence is a very thin but really important part of this effort at environmental integration, which we've been talking about for years. I should add, for any sceptical minds, that of course law doesn't do this on its own. For these sorts of protections to work, we need an active and engaged civil society, and we need a culture of inclusion and, dare I say it, integrity, or they just don't work. Now, the philosophy behind what I'm calling a government mistrust of legally protected processes and procedures is most openly expressed in this consultation. This consultation was about the powers contained in the Environment Act to amend the habitats regulations. Other issues were raised in the Green Paper. You wouldn't know it from the title, but that Green Paper raises the prospect of amalgamating Natural England and the Environment Agency, and it also raises a prospect of future amendment of environmental assessment. The overwhelming theme of the Green Paper is a frustration with legal process. And I've put these little quotes up there. Process has become king and crowded out scientific judgment. No evidence for that, that's an assertion. What we want is individual judgments by individual case officers on an individual case. The scourge of modern government has been the obsession with uniformity of procedure. Really? Is that the worst thing? What we want is individual case officers to exercise expert scientific judgment case by case. That's the idea here. Now, I have to be honest, I was spoilt for choice for quotations. The language in this consultation paper is quite extraordinary. I think it's really revealing, and I think it's both part of and as important as the broader constitutional anxieties that are around at the moment. It's as important as our concerns about democracy and rule of law, reflected through Henry VIII powers, judicial review, human rights. Okay, so this really matters. The express aim of this green paper is to move to case-by-case exercise of judgment, rejecting the idea that settled legal processes can guide that exercise of judgment. Now, as ever, this may not survive contact with reality, we shall see, but the philosophy is clear, and I think even if the habitats regulations and the environmental assessment regulations all survive in principle, the least we're likely to see coming out of this are powers to sidestep those protected processes when those protected processes are inconvenient. It will probably be called streamlining, I would imagine. But that's what we're seeing here. Now, I won't go through this, but for the avoidance of nostalgia, these processes are not sacrosanct in the EU either, but I'll skip that for the purposes of time. So let's move back or onto the Environment Act. This is flagship post-Brexit environmental law. It creates new, imperfect, but really significant environmental institutions. It creates legal powers and duties across an enormous range of environmental issues. It is framework legislation. It has the potential for progressive levels of environmental protection and improvement, but there are no guarantees of that at all in the legislation itself. We might note again, if there's any sceptical voices, that there are lots of procedural obligations on government in this legislation and elsewhere. So they have to plan, they have to report all the way through. The point I'm making is that how they plan and how they report is in the hands of government. Government and agencies and the executive generally sets the terms of future action. So Liz Fisher called the earlier draft bill executive environmental law. And I think that description remains good of the Environment Act. Parliament has put power in the hands of the government of the day. The shape and the content of environmental law and the shape and the content of the decisions flowing out of environmental law are very much in the hands of the executive. In case I'm being too negative, two positive innovations from the Environment Act. First, I think the framework for target setting, legally binding targets, that's positive. The precise procedures for the target setting are problematic. They're in the hands of the executive, but it's a good thing. One thing that we note is that these targets, the outcomes, are carrying a really heavy burden in government policy. So the Nature Recovery Green Paper, for example, says we've got these brilliant targets, just leave us to get on with them. And there's a question about whether that's a plausible way of responding to the extraordinary complexity of our environmental challenges. Another good thing, the Office for Environmental Protection, it has a watchdog function, it's extremely important. It's responded to the massive consultations that have come out of the Environment Act in a generally very measured but robustly independent and expert way. And that suggests to me that at least for now, notwithstanding our concerns, the OEP has the resources of independence and expertise that it needs. Now, I'm going to put up its response to the Nature Recovery Green Paper. This is less measured language, but when you bear in mind the language of the Green Paper itself, it feels more measured. Oh, sorry. There's a little bit of a delay, isn't there, on the slide? Where am I? Let me go back. Okay. So the OEP says that case-by-case judgment without process risks undermining transparency and accountability and risks arbitrary, capricious decision-making. That's pretty strong language. I think it's hard to doubt their current independence from government on that. Now, the executive dominance in the Environment Act is, I think, marked in part by the striking weakness of the consultation obligations in that Act. So the Act is filled with enormously consequential environmental measures, but their implementation is subject at best to consultation in the hands of the executive. So you can see what I mean. Is that going? No, it's going to go too fast now, isn't it? So you'll see the Secretary of State considers the consultees to be independent, to have relevant expertise. The Secretary of State considers such persons as the Secretary of State considers appropriate. So there is consultation, but it's in the hands of the Secretary of State. And the important thing is that by contrast with the retained EU law that I mentioned, no one in particular has any right to be given any information or feedback into these legislative processes. No one in particular has a right here. Okay, notwithstanding this weakness, there have been loads of consultation exercises, I mean voluntary I guess, around the Environment Act. And I'm going to go back to the Nature Recovery Green Paper. Not surprising to hear that it's flawed. You know, if we've got a government who isn't that interested in process, it's not going to be that interested in doing a robust consultation. The first difficulty, I think, is that it's implicit in the Green Paper and the documents published alongside it that certain key decisions had been taken before the consultation. Second, it's just pretty poor quality. The relevant information isn't there, including who's contributed so far, including good information on what the habitats regulations actually do. You get a very misleading impression of the habitats regs if all you read was the Nature Recovery Green Paper. Third, the timing is really tight. Even the really well-resourced, privileged insider environmental groups are struggling to engage with these extremely consequential consultations. Now, I mention this not because the EU has perfect consultation procedures, because it doesn't, but for two reasons. The first is that law matters. So law can't ensure perfect procedures on its own, but law helps to guarantee procedures when they are inconvenient. It can improve openness, and it can make the whole exercise more orderly. And, you know, I feel my age, but if you look at the consultations coming out of the Environment Act, they're quite disorderly. And the second point is that while there are brilliant civil servants and brilliant environmental groups working incredibly hard, making personal sacrifices to make these consultation processes work, it's pretty apparent that they're not taken that seriously at a higher level. And that, I think, is really problematic. And it's especially clear in this fourth and most egregious issue with the Green Paper, which is that on the very day that the consultation closed, the subject matter of the consultation was overtaken by primary legislation being put before Parliament. On the very same day as the consultation closed, we got the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. This is another huge bill. I don't know how people are coping with the volume of material. For our purposes, and Mark mentioned it, Part 5 of the bill grants powers to the Secretary of State to make regulations setting specified environmental outcomes. So the idea is we have outcome-focused regulations. The idea is that we get a homegrown replacement for habitats and environmental assessment. The specified environmental outcomes are set, and then the regulations may They need not, but they may require something like environmental impact assessment against those new domestic, not alien outcomes. The new regulations could be brilliant, but again, the brilliance is entirely discretionary and in the hands of government. Importantly for us, as well as allowing existing laws to be replaced by this new framework, which may or may not be brilliant, environmental assessment can be amended, repealed or revoked without any procedures at all between the outcomes and the plan or project. Okay, no procedures, you've got the outcomes, and then it's just good judgment of individual decision makers, case by case, across the country, trying to make those outcomes happen. It's primary legislation, it's not illegitimate in the way that I think the revocation of EU law bill is, but it's a really very significant direction for environmental law to be taking. I'm not going to show you this, I'm not going to go through this safeguard, but basically it looks like it's fine because it has to protect participation, but in a move very familiar to anyone watching the bills. I can't get it to move, but the Secretary of State decides whether the engagement is appropriate. So again, it's executive defined. I don't need to say anything about retained EU law. I was really happy to hear Catherine focus on the default, because I think we spend a lot of time talking about the replacement. It's the default that is dangerous, really. So I'll finish. We see a real divergence with EU law here, even though, as I said, we shouldn't be too nostalgic about EU law in this area. The reduced constraints on the executive are very clear. I don't want to try and, psychoanalyse our executive, but there are all sorts of possible reasons for trying to avoid the constraints of law. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Maria zoomed through the retained EU law bill, but if you're interested, she wrote a wonderful blog on the Brexit environment website. Sorry for the plug. Okay, so we've got about 12, 13 minutes for questions. Okay, so you, sir.
This question can go to both, but it's particularly to Mark, but it can go to both. Peter Cook here. Thank you very much for that. Those sessions are really good. My question is primarily to Mark, and I'm going to channel a bit of Harry Potter. It takes a great deal of courage to stand up to your enemies, but even more to stand up to your friends. Thanks for the work you're doing. In that context, the question is for both. If you were to compare and contrast the bonfire of standards by the Westminster government in terms of environmental protection versus, for example, Scotland, but it doesn't have to be limited by Scotland, and you have a Likert scale from 1 to 4, from low to high, how would you compare UK to perhaps Scotland or Wales?
Shall we take a few questions and then, yeah, Alex?
Yeah, thanks. Alex Plant from Anglian Water. I mean, like you, I worry that there could be a bonfire of environmental regulation. It's not quite lit yet, so there's a question for me about whether there's yet time to kind of avert the worst of that, which might be a question the panel reflects on. My question was actually around the fact that if I think about what the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act requires in Wales, and I think, Mark, about some of what you said is in your requirements to assess whether Scotland is indeed keeping up dynamically with the development of EU law on the environmental side. It feels like that divergence between what might be happening in the UK government drive and what's expected by the parliaments in both Wales and Scotland will potentially become a really fundamental constitutional crisis within the UK context. Or am I being too scaremongery?
One more, I think, there in the middle.
Thanks. Joe Hart. the possibility of a very important principle in international law of the polluter pays is something which may be used to counteract the weight of the executive power, taking things through the courts. I'm thinking particularly, for instance, of the impact of pyridine leaching into the North Sea on the shellfish and other seafood in the northeast. Do you think there's any possibility of upping our options in the courts?
Okay, and just one more, yes. The man to your left, yes.
Peter Hurst again. My question is addressed to Maria. Is it Maria? Yeah. It all sounded a bit top-heavy to me, and we are a very centralised country, and I wonder whether part of the Brexit agenda was to retain that top-heavy legislation, because to me, councils play a really important part in protecting the local environment. So, is there European legislation about the role of local government, and if so, are we diverging from it?
Okay, so there's quite a lot there. Don't feel you have to answer all of the questions, and maybe just pick up the ones that you feel are particularly pertinent to you.
Okay, I'll go first. In terms of trying to score where Scotland is in terms of the rest of the UK, I think historically Scotland has shown quite a lot of commitment to strong environmental protection, both environmental impact assessments and strategic environmental assessment are more broadly drawn in Scotland than in the rest of the UK. There are certainly, as I said, moves to strengthen that further, and I think the presence of Green ministers within the, well, it's not a coalition, but it is a coalition that exists in Scotland is certainly helping that. So if you're going to force me to put a number on it, I'd probably say 3. Whether that survives contact with the realities of the current economic situation which we see in the future remains to be seen. But I think the Scottish Government probably sees considerable political advantage in differentiating itself from the rest of the UK in doing this. So I think there may well still be quite a strong agenda. It's quite a push to differentiate itself from elsewhere in the UK. In terms of the bonfire environmental regulation not being lit and whether or not that's going to generate a major constitutional crisis, no idea. I mean, I think one of the themes of this afternoon has been we've been talking about all these risks and all these potentials, but all of this is hypothetical at the moment, and we don't know where it's going to blow up, first of all, but I suspect it probably will at some point somewhere. I wouldn't wish to predict where it'll be and where the political fight will generate that. On polluter pays and those sort of wider principles of environmental protection, certainly within Scotland there's been strong and clear statements from ministers about the importance of polluter pays, importance of the precautionary principle, keeping that in sight, and there will be a sort of another look at the question of environmental courts in Scotland, and that will be coming during the course of early part of 2023. It's been an issue which has been rumbling around for some time. It's being actively promoted by the environmental NGOs at the moment, but it is explicitly written into our founding legislation that there will be a review which will explicitly look at the question of environmental courts. So that's very much a live issue. And finally, in terms of the question of the role of local authorities in environmental protection, absolutely. I am talking to the chief executives of all local authorities in Scotland tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock about our role and about kind of the importance of what they're doing. That question of subsidiarity from a European level, I think, is really, really important, and it's not been talked about very much over the last few months. So I hope that's an attempt to briefly answer all 4 of those questions. So.
Okay, I will be equally brief. So there may be a bonfire of environmental regulation. I'm more worried that there will be, that the regulation will be rendered discretionary So it won't be something as dramatic as just destroying environmental assessment law, because, you know, the members of all the environmental groups in this country would not stand for it. But what will happen will be that there will be an opportunity to streamline when those procedures are inconvenient. And that's as bad, and it will happen in a much stealthier way than setting fire to the legislation. Okay? So that's what I think about the bonfire. I think we're already in a constitutional crisis around these issues, to be honest. It's just that it's not very apparent yet. The local authorities, I agree with you, and I'm sorry it came across as top-heavy, because one of the key things about habitats and environmental assessment is that they are applied by central government, but they're generally applied by local authorities. And they're not about top-down commands. They're about creating space for bottom-up input. So there's something really interesting about the way that the European Union, this supranational body, created a home for hyper-local voices. Really interesting point that you make there. The polluter pays principle, I'd save to last, because it's a really interesting and sort of sad example. So international law cannot be directly enforced in the UK. You know, we have a dual list system, so that's straightforward. You can't directly apply international law. The polluter pays principle was part of the EU treaties, so it had almost a constitutional status in EU law. It was legally binding. Post-Brexit, in the Environment Act, that is one of the casualties of this executive dominance. So the polluter pays principle and all the other principles has gone from being a legally binding legal principle to being a matter of policy, and writing the policy, deciding what the polluter pays principle means, deciding when it will apply, is in the hands of the Secretary of State. Which isn't a great note to end on, but there you are.
Well, thank you very much. Hussein has asked me to finish sharply at 6 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock. So, first of all, thank you, Hussein, and his team for putting on this event. I mean, I think I speak for everyone here, but it's been a really well-run event, wonderful report. So thank you for doing that. Thank you too for our two final speakers for giving, well, for me, a very sort of, you know, granular perspective on how Brexit is actually playing out on the ground in relation to specific sort of issues and problems. So thank you very much. So thank you.